still working on it.
They are?
Okay. Looks like we have all the council. We're good? We're live. Mary, we're live.
Okay, folks, we will go ahead and get started. Call to order the meeting of the Manassas Park Governing Body for August 18th, 2020. First of all, per the General Assembly's approval of the governor's amendments to the biennial budget, the governing body may now meet electronically without a quorum actually assembled in a single location and without the in-person governing body members voting on the participation of those who are remoting in. The following benchmarks for the meeting this evening have been met. First, the governor has declared a state of emergency for the current COVID-19 pandemic in accordance with the Code of Virginia. Second, the declared emergency makes it impractical or potentially unsafe for the governing body to assemble in a single location, and guidance from state and federal governments support this determination. Therefore, the governing body will be meeting with various members participating electronically through GoToMeeting. Third, the meeting is to discuss or transact the business statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the governing body. Fourth, the governing body will make available a recording or transcript of the meeting on its website in accordance with Code of Virginia. Fifth, notice has been and will continue to be provided to the public using available methods. Lastly, we have made and will continue to make arrangements for public access through electronic means, including the ability to comment. Those participating electronically are Councilmember Miriam Machado, Councilmember Hector Sendejas, Councilmember Hasib Javed, and Vice Mayor Banks. Those participating in person are Councilmember Alana Mensing, Councilmember Donald Shoemaker, and Mayor Jeanette Rischel. Okay, moving on to the agenda, we have an addition to the agenda, which will go under 8C, and 8C is a resolution for Mosby Drive construction. So with that, do we have a motion to approve the amended agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Please join us in a moment of silence, and Councilmember Shoemaker, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving on to public comment time. We have some folks signed up to make public comment. Thanks, Lena. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Tammy Johnson. Please state your name and address, ma'am, and we have a time limit of 3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Here?
Oh, at the microphone so the folks at home can hear.
Hi, I'm Tammy Johnson, 185 Colburn Drive. So we're here tonight to present a petition for residential permit parking on Colburn Drive between Holden Drive and West Rugby Road. And it has been signed by 11 of the 13 residents that will be affected by this restricted parking.
Okay. Would you like to give that to City Manager? City Code does not yet accommodate this type of a petition as yet, but City Attorney is here, and if you like, we can have City Attorney comment on this if you would like him to do that. Okay. Dean, would you like to come forward and make a comment? Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, do you have something that you would like?
I'm with her.
Okay.
We're a joint team.
Okay.
Yeah, so in 2006, we actually came up with a residential parking permit process, and it was very similar to what I think you guys are proposing. My understanding is there's going to be a town hall September 29th, is that correct? This could be one of the things that could be discussed at that time. I recommend you come to that and maybe voice your support for whatever ordinance we come up with. Last time we tried this, there were some concerns of residents, and we need to hear from the residents. So I strongly urge you to show up. Is there anything else you'd like me to add?
No, that's good. That helped the folks at home to understand what the process is going to be also.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Mr. Delansky, would you like to say a few words? I see you're signed up here.
I was just joining in with.
Okay,
Ms.
no,
Johnson.
that's fine. Thank you. Thank you for coming this evening, and thank you for the petition.
Mayor, may I ask?
Yes, go ahead.
And I know we don't normally do back and forth, just so that maybe we're clear. What exactly that they would like to see? Like, what's the petition? Like, do they want to see people only with like decals from Manassas Park? And just so that we're clear, and for the people at home too, I just want to make sure. So you would want a permit, like a residential parking permit, in addition to the city decal that we already have.
Yeah, correct.
And for between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m., 7 days a week. And so who would get those? Just the people that live in this section of street, or?
Well, those are the details that have to be worked out. We don't even have code yet, Donald.
I know, my question is, besides the petition,
And
I'm interested in
I
what
think
they're
your
asking us
intention
for.
is for Colburn.
Correct, but I can elaborate why.
Yes,
we're doing
please.
that.
Yes, please.
I'm just trying to understand your proposal a little bit better.
Our proposal is, and I think a lot of the city is struggling with suitable parking, even in front of our residents. What's happening is we have a lot of individuals that are neighboring, not even in the city, that are now parking in our neighborhoods because
Right.
they have regulations in their neighborhood which don't allow them the 4 cars. They can only have 2 parking decals in their townhouses development or apartment development. And what they're doing is they are coming to our neighborhood parking, some not even just overnight, some are parking there and abandoning their car pretty much for months. So we have been trying to do our due diligence and contacting the police and notifying them, and so we can kind of make them aware of it. But it's rampant. They're coming, they're parking, and they're getting transport out of our neighborhoods. They're blocking our driveways, they're throwing trash, debris, oil spillage, etc. So we're just trying to gain control of this. It's getting out of hand. And the cars keep building and building and building the number of cars. They're also being disrespectful.
I was going to say there's been some disrespectful behavior as well.
So it's a back and forth.
From chatting with
We
Ms.
try not
Johnson.
to,
Yes.
but it's getting out of hand.
Yeah, okay.
So that's our intent, is to bring this to your attention. We have our neighborhood, our block, that is we have everybody, a majority, let's just say, not everybody, a majority that are on board with this. And they were quick to sign. We didn't even have to go into extensive discussion. They know. So we just hope your support, we can have your support. And we have a plan, and it's written there, and we've been in dialogue with a lot of individuals in the city. And I appreciate your attention, the back and forth conversations that we've had, but I know it's on social media, it's all over the park, Manassas Park. So we just want to initiate. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you
is there
very
anything
much.
that I can-
And we certainly understand that folks who live in apartments in Prince William County get dropped off, they park their car, they're driven back to their apartment. We do understand that. So we're going to be addressing this issue to the very best of our ability.
And I'm going to also say, I think there's a lot of misinformation or misinterpretation of some of the codes and some of the nuances. I mean, and so I think we just need to hone in on the codes because there's some discrepancies there, and I appreciate your attention.
And at the town hall, city attorney and city manager staff will be presenting the codes and what the limitations are that the city can do, because we do have some limitations. We'll do the best we can.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
What's the gentleman's address, Mr. Delansky? What's your address?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm from 179 Colburn.
Mr. Joe Delansky.
Oh yeah, I got his name.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted it for the record.
I do, but I wanted it because I knew who he is. I just didn't know what his address was.
So I don't know if this is the appropriate time or we should wait for manager report, but I want to get a final kind of resolution on the scope of the town hall, because I know there was different emails and concerns about me taking up too much time. I know for the downtown it was critical because there was so much information, but if we're flooded with questions, I don't know how we restrict our time. That's why I want to get a final kind of scope from you all. What your expectation is to hear from residents and do kind of like a two-part series where we hear it, or so I don't know if we want to talk about it right now or we should wait till the manager
I think we should
report.
probably wait until manager's
Got
report,
it.
because that could
Thank
be a lengthy discussion.
Okay.
Esther.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Laszlo. Okay, we have no presentations, no information item. Next, moving on to recognitions. The first is a resolution recognizing city employees for their outstanding service to the city of Manassas Park and its residents during the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas the governing body of the City of Manassas Park are extremely grateful for the great service and support provided to our community by all of our employees during the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas the governing body desires to recognize the outstanding performances of several of our employees who went above and beyond their normally assigned duties and responsibilities to ensure citywide initiatives brought on by COVID-19 were carried out efficiently, timely, and effectively in order to keep our staff and our community safe. And whereas the police department's Captain Melissa Borman, Captain Frank Winston, Division Chief Sid Ball, and Records Clerk Genia Ludvigsen demonstrated extraordinary efforts in maintaining critical law enforcement operations and administrative requirements operating the Emergency Operations Center and ensuring the safety and well-being of staff and residents. And whereas the Fire Department's Deputy Chief Adam Jones and EMS Captain Aaron Schutt displayed tremendous expertise and dedication in preparing and implementing safety plans and procedures, coordinating with healthcare providers for COVID-19 testing, and procuring and managing citywide personal protective equipment. And whereas the Department of Parks and Recreation's Lauren Luck, Sue Jurjevic, and Caitlin Collier demonstrated incredible ingenuity, flexibility, and work ethic in managing all aspects of the city's first ever food delivery program that served over 650 meal kits, equating to approximately 7,500 meals to residents in need who were vulnerable to COVID-19. And whereas the Office of City Managers Keith Nguyen was assigned to oversee the city's COVID-19 response and provided the necessary leadership in facilitating a whole-of-city approach to the COVID-19 response. And now therefore be it resolved that the governing body hereby thanks all city employees for their hard work and dedication, and recognizes the extraordinary efforts of the above-mentioned city employees of the police, fire, Parks and Recreation departments, and the Office of the City Manager. Be it further resolved that these employees are awarded with a Spotlight Performance Award Certificate for their outstanding service by the governing body and signed by both the mayor and the city manager of Manassas Park. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you very much to the folks mentioned in this resolution. Next, we have another resolution, and this one is recognition of all volunteers for their outstanding service to the City of Manassas Park and its residents during the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas the governing body of the City of Manassas Park are extremely grateful for the great service and support provided to our community by all of our volunteers during the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the governing body desires to recognize the outstanding performances of several of these volunteer organizations who risk exposure themselves to support citywide COVID-19 initiatives in order to keep our staff and our community safe. And whereas the Manassas Park Community Emergency Response Team demonstrated its remarkable flexibility, reliability, and commitment to the city and our residents in supporting COVID-19 testing, staffing the city's emergency food hotline, assisting with schools' food distribution, and continuing to answer the call whenever an emergency strikes. And whereas the American Red Cross provided much-needed support to the city's emergency food hotline on all weekends throughout the pandemic to ensure our at-risk residents are taken care of. And whereas the Greater Prince William Medical Reserve Corps provided critical expertise and assistance during community COVID-19 testing events and City Hall reopening. And now therefore be it resolved that the governing body hereby thanks all volunteers for their hard work and dedication and recognizes the extraordinary efforts of the above-mentioned volunteer organizations. Be it further resolved that these volunteer organizations are awarded with a certificate of appreciation for their outstanding service by the governing body and signed by both the mayor and the city manager of Manassas Park. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. All opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Our next resolution is recognition of all local businesses, vendors, and donors for their outstanding service to the city of Manassas Park and its residents during the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas the governing body of the City of Manassas Park are extremely grateful for the great support provided to our community by all of our local businesses, vendors, and donors during the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the list below includes a broad range of small businesses, vendors, donors, and residents from all sectors and industries who have provided financial or materials support to the city and our residents at some point since the beginning of the pandemic. The food supplies and PPE donors were Action in Community Through Service, Alliance Disaster Relief Fund, Ariana Bakery, Cakes by Happy Eatery, City Tavern Grill, Fiesta Market, Ford Motor Company, Giant Food, Manassas Park City Schools, M.E. Concrete, Million Mask Challenge, Nokesville Family Dentistry, Panera Bread, Pet Nutrition Center, Phillips Pet, Preston's Pub, St. Thomas Church, Three Monkeys Pub. Financial donors were James and Linda Kirkland, Anonymous, and Team Quest. And whereas the governing body desires to recognize this generosity, and now therefore be it resolved that the governing body hereby thanks all of the above businesses, vendors, and donors whose support was greatly appreciated by our city and our community, and awards these entities with a certificate of appreciation for their outstanding service, signed by both the mayor and the city manager of Manassas Park. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstain? Okay, there's another aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Our next resolution is in recognition of Ms. Barb Landbridge for her donation of brand-new children's books to the Manassas Park City Library Collection. Whereas the governing body of the City of Manassas Park wishes to express its sincerest appreciation for Barb Langridge's generous donation of brand-new children's library books to the Manassas Park City Library. And whereas the governing body recognizes the importance of the lasting impact such a donation will bestow upon our community in helping establish a reputation for having a world-class children's library book collection. And whereas the governing body wants to thank Barb Langridge for her critical role in ensuring that the inaugural year of the Manassas Park City Library will be a resounding success. And whereas the governing body gratefully accepts the substantial donation of 458 brand-new children's library books at a total value of $7,692.35. And whereas the governing body wishes to commend Barb Langridge's lifelong dedication to helping children connect, discover, and experience new books as evidenced by her almost 22 years of working in an independent children's bookstore, in addition to being a children's instructor and research specialist at the nationally recognized Howard County, Maryland Library System. And whereas the governing body applauds Barb Langridge's continuing role as a children's book educator and innovator through her establishment of a Book and a Hug program, which is a comprehensive, free-of-charge, web-based portal specifically designed to connect interested young readers with books they will love based on their self-prescribed reader personality type. And whereas the governing body believes that Barb Langridge has truly established the highest of benchmarks for future donations to the Manassas Park City Library. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing body hereby recognizes the outstanding display of generosity by Barb Langridge and her donation of 458 brand-new children's books to the Manassas Park City Library and extends its sincerest appreciation for providing our community with such a lasting and impactful gift. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you.
Jeanette, may I
Those
ask?
were wonderful. That's a wonderful gift.
I was just
Yes.
going to ask, is she a city resident? Does she live in Manassas Park?
I don't know.
No, a connection to our employee, actually, to our assistant, Chris Himes.
Okay.
Oh,
So
wow. So this was somebody who just lives outside the city, but gave to us. That's even better because she, is
that was very generous of her.
not specifically
Yeah.
connected to us.
Yeah, so just
Next.
valuing children's reading.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank
Which
you,
is
Chris.
extremely important. Yeah. Next, we have approval of the consent agenda. Consent agenda consists of the approval of the minutes of July 21st, 2020, and August 4th, 2020. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to unfinished business. 8A is city manager and city attorney angled parking, or I should say, code amendment to accommodate non-parallel parking.
Good evening, governing body. For you have for discussion and potential action, if you feel ready, a draft ordinance amendment for the angled parking section of our code. As promised, we provided some background data on the cul-de-sacs to give you all a greater picture of what the parking or their lack of situation is for the cul-de-sacs on the western side of our city. And after doing kind of more thorough analysis, you can see in that table provided all those orange areas where there's really a lack of parking options for residents, which makes it a threshold that makes it problematic, and balancing the safety concerns, and the parking requirements, make it evident that those courts should be exempt from the enforcement. So pretty much it's going to be all the courts on the west side of the city, the cul-de-sacs, not courts, cul-de-sacs themselves, on the western side of the city minus Morton and Martin, based off of the different metrics that are shown on that table. You can see
For example, let's start with Main Street, where even though everyone has a driveway, 0% actually have garages, so there's going to be a limited parking capability. So that's kind of just an initial assessment to give you more data as you consider the code amendment, but you can see the city attorney crafted a much better ordinance amendment than I did last time for you all to consider. It keeps a lot of the same components including the city manager conferring with the police chief, fire chief, community development director to analyze these cul-de-sacs and see, balance the safety and parking requirements. So we already have 5 cul-de-sacs that are already exempt. We'll evaluate some of the others based off this initial analysis as well. All this does is essentially establish in city code this process, so it becomes law for future city managers and for myself to follow for this specific process. And of course, it makes requires us to evaluate the potential for marking as well, if feasible. Some of these cul-de-sacs, it's not going to be feasible to do markings. Perhaps some of the other ones will. So that's what you have before you, and I'll answer any questions you may have, or the city attorney can.
Well, thank you. I see it also provides you with the flexibility to use your judgment.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's start with our folks at home. Council Member Sendejas, do you have any questions or comments?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Council Member Machado.
I just have a comment. I'm glad that the governing body and the city manager and the city attorneys are looking at these possibilities for exceptions, because we need to provide all the help with the limited parking that we have in the city. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Banks?
No questions.
Okay. Council Member Shoemaker?
Well, I had one comment was that on Runyon, it says that has a driveway 83.3. I'm pretty sure there was only 2 in that 7.
If Runyon is the one near the community center, there's the driveways in the back as well. If we don't count those, you're absolutely right. The number drops pretty dramatically,
Right.
But they do have the driveways in the rear part as well.
Just the one there that we approved, right?
It's kind of, it's 2, but there's really 3. So one of the driveways really provides 2 homes with the ability to park. But there was one that was approved before you all a few years ago. Was it 2015 or 2016, the other one at the community center?
That was a long time ago.
Oh, okay, even a longer time ago. So a previous governing body had approved another one. So there's like technically 2 driveways in the back, but one of them really services 2 homes. But certainly, but again, they're on the list for exemption. So even if we drop that down, it really doesn't make a difference. They're clearly, you can see the number of garages. They're struggling. So they're one of those that are orange category that we would help out running as well.
Yeah, and this copy, it's not colored. So when you say orange, we're looking at a black and white copy.
God. Okay, so every cul-de-sac except for Morton and Martin, just to make it clear.
Okay.
So every one of the other ones are, at least from our initial analysis, requires exemption. And actually Runyon was already part of the first 5 that we exempted.
Right. So are you?
So there's that 9? Am I
1,
seeing
2,
9?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9.
Okay,
Right, 9
okay.
cul-de-sacs.
So that is your recommendation
Yes,
then?
that is the recommendation.
Okay.
So my question is then, if you're saying, like, for instance, Mace, everybody has a driveway, then why would they qualify for non-parallel parking? Because I thought
They don't have to, but 0% have garages.
well, I mean, a garage isn't a requirement for off-street parking, but a driveway would be.
Again, you guys can be more strict and say, no, if they all have driveways, guess what? Keep enforcing. This is just our recommendation.
Right. I guess.
Well, the cul-de-sacs are quite small.
Yeah. Even though if everybody, I mean, because Mace, for instance, was not one of the 5. They got the. That was my question. Was like, for instance, that was not one of the 5 that we identified. And so I thought we were doing, I mean, I know you did the data and I appreciate it, but I thought that part of the writing this rule would allow us to legally exempt the 5 that we had already identified without having to basically turn the other way. We could actually have a provision in the law and then we could actually list them, you know.
That's your all's judgment. So that would be an amendment to the draft that the city attorney provided on following, on the attached code amendment. That's something you guys can add to that if you want to specifically list the name of the cul-de-sacs.
So, well, maybe let me share my thoughts on
Okay,
what
go ahead.
you're
I'm
saying.
sorry. Yeah.
My understanding is that even with no cars parked non-parallel or no cars within the cul-de-sac, a fire truck still cannot come in and turn around? Is that correct?
It's still, yeah. they're
It's
not
still
gonna be
problematic.
Correct.
Okay.
It's going to be problematic. So,
Okay.
of course, we still prefer that everyone park parallel because it makes it that much easier for
Right.
our fire and rescue team to access it. But we understand we're trying to balance, again, like the presentation in the fall, the lack of parking options for many of these cul-de-sacs and that safety requirement. So our fire department said they will figure out, they will get it done, right? They will be able to respond to our residents, but we also want to make sure that we're accommodating the lack of parking for our residents and giving them that flexibility.
So would the 9 make it easier for the fire department to respond?
No.
It would not.
So what would make it easier would be to just not allow non-parallel parking in any of these cul-de-sacs.
Okay, I
And
see.
this isn't about, this is the exemption to the safety strategy, right? So these 9 cul-de-sacs are being exempted from that code that requires parallel parking, right? So we're saying that these 9 should be exempted because of the shortage of parking.
Okay, I see. Did you want to go ahead?
Well, no, and I appreciated that follow-up. I guess because I didn't realize that we were looking to expand it beyond the 5.
You don't have to.
And not to say we should or shouldn't, because I'd like to go out and look at a few of these. But I would be comfortable with the discussion and with the things that we've already said about doing the 5 that we've already identified and making that permanent. I don't have any issue with that because we've been to those, and I just didn't realize that we were looking to expand it beyond the 5.
No, you're giving the city manager the ability to analyze cul-de-sacs. This is an initial analysis. And then when there was parking shortages, give us the discretion to then exempt from enforcement for those cul-de-sacs. That's what this code does.
Okay, so
To simplify, it would be, we are exempting these specific cul-de-sacs from this enforcement. That takes away discretion completely away from the city manager saying, you guys, the governing body now is the one analyzing cul-de-sacs and making the final decision.
right. I mean, we could.
Yeah.
Well, can I put a wrinkle in it? Is that to identify the 5 that we had, and then give you the power in the code to identify further ones beyond the 5, or to make a decision on those beyond the initial 5 that we've identified.
Beyond the initial 5, would that have to come back for a vote?
Well, I just want to clarify, there's not an exemption, there's a moratorium on enforcement right now on those 5 cul-de-sacs because there's a problem there.
Right.
Okay, so the police aren't enforcing the parallel parking requirement. This doesn't necessarily exempt them, it just allows the city manager to take a look at those cul-de-sacs, including those 5, but now we have 4 more, it could be more than that, based upon the language. He can go ahead and then look at those and see if there's some other alternative to the parking, because of that situation there. We're not exempting anybody right as of yet, and this wouldn't exempt anybody either, it would just provide a different setup for the parking within the cul-de-sac. So we have a moratorium that's in place right now, there's no exemption. It's just a moratorium on enforcement until we can figure something out. This is one proposal that was brought forward as a way to try and alleviate the parking problems in those cul-de-sacs.
But it does, in fact, then give us authority and discretion to not enforce in those specific cul-de-sacs.
Well, it would just change it so that there wouldn't be a parallel parking requirement in there.
Correct.
It's not necessarily you're not enforcing, they'd still be required to park however the city manager determines. So if there's angled parking or non-parallel parking with lines, and there's signs there that indicate it, then they're gonna have to park that way.
Where feasible.
Yes.
Signs where feasible. So, but the difference, it sounds like where you guys are heading is, you don't like this language at all. You want to get rid of the city manager, police chief, fire chief, community development director, analyze the cul-de-sac. You just want to have the governing body be the one to actually determine which cul-de-sacs should not have the angled parking requirement.
No.
No? Okay.
No. No,
I guess I'm a little confused on what's.
we want staff to do that analysis.
Okay.
We want,
But that's
and
what
we,
this code amendment allows for.
right, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
So what though,
Okay.
where in the code then is it going to say which cul-de-sacs are have now been exempt from the requirement.
It wouldn't say it in the code.
Yeah, there's nowhere that it would say that they're exempt unless you want to specifically carve out those cul-de-sacs within the parking provisions that require parallel parking. I mean, you can go in there and say, except for the following cul-de-sacs, but you got to actually call them out. And I don't encourage that because then you just have a free-for-all. I know that there's kind of a neighborly agreement in how people are parking right now, but you can't enforce a neighborly agreement. Someone's going to move in there and start doing something differently, and then that's going to cause problems. So it's better to have it in place where the city manager has the authority to go ahead and reconfigure the parking if you can.
I guess my question is...
We're not calling out the specific, is that correct? We're not calling out the specific cul-de-sacs. We're simply giving Laszlo the authority to make his best judgment.
And now, you have previously, by resolution, placed a moratorium on enforcement within those 5 cul-de-sacs. If you want to come back and, amend that to add 4 additional ones for a moratorium on enforcement, that's a different thing. That's not codified. It's just a standing resolution that provides direction.
I guess I'm trying to understand that once Laszlo makes a determination that Runyon Court fits the provisions, and so they're not going to have parallel parking there, they're going to have angled or perpendicular or whatever. Where is it going to be listed? How would anybody know what it is? And how will officers know? We literally.
There's going to be signs.
Well, not necessarily, but.
We
the city manager manages the police department. I will let the police department know you don't enforce in these areas. It's going to be then updated in our GIS to actually pinpoint these cul-de-sacs will not be enforced. But again, we're not trying to openly advertise to beat out that, hey, guess what? We're not following the specific rule in these cul-de-sacs. So it's not like we're going to be publishing the heck out of this thing. Where signs are feasible, we're going to be placing those signs as well. But it's going to be direction to the police department not to enforce in these specific cul-de-sacs.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out the logistics of how do residents know what the expectation is, because if they read the regular law, then it says parallel. And so, if you take that literally, a new resident moves in who has not been part of this discussion and says, oh, I have to parallel park, and so they begin parallel parking. I just, because if you have to have a law, people have to know what it is, and it has to be fairly applied.
But it's going to be striped or signs, and one of the two. So if you pull into a cul-de-sac and there's no ability to put a sign, they're going to have to be striped. We have requirements for parking within parking spaces as well. So I know you're concerned, but I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Okay.
And I would not worry about the police not being aware of it, because they're aware of everything that goes on in the community, and city manager makes them aware.
Okay.
So, Councilmember Mensing.
I'm happy with this. I think it addresses all the concerns that are brought up for those 5 cul-de-sacs. I am fine with exploring the other cul-de-sacs. I just wanted to note that we didn't have anyone from those other cul-de-sacs come out when we had the thing, so it might not be an
5 that were in
issue.
the worst situation that came out.
Yep.
The others did not.
Right, yeah.
But they do have some parking issues. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with exploring the others as well, but this looks great. Thank you.
Okay.
What is your, my question to you is given your analysis, how many streets how many cul-de-sacs qualify under your rule? I mean, can you give us, so literally the 9 that are on the sheet qualify? So,
They require further evaluation for striping, signage, things like that.
Okay, so, okay. I'm just, so that I'm clear that if we approve this language, we're approving that 9 are going to get approved.
They're going to get investigated.
Correct.
Well, no, I'm asking.
He's evaluating
I
them.
need to again, this evaluation was for the purpose of this meeting, just to give you all some metrics. But I haven't done what the code prescribes yet, which is sit down with 3 department directors and evaluate all these cul-de-sacs, come up with a striping plan, with a signage plan, and all those things.
I really think there should be something added in here, is that every time, because once you're not here in 10 years or 20 years and somebody else is here, that there needs to be a report to the governing body if there's been a new street or a new cul-de-sac that's been approved. I think there needs to be a reporting requirement that, hey, administratively, we've decided that meets the requirement.
You would want to know which ones are exempt or which ones are removed from, because I would think you're concerned with
Both. If, like, let's say that maybe one moves off exemption and it's, 6 of the 7 now have driveways that they didn't have before, and now they don't qualify or don't need it. And so I think there needs to be a mechanism so that we're aware of what that is as they move back and forth.
I'm sure that there would be a mechanism worked out, but does that mechanism need to be called out in code? Dean, what do you think?
Well, I understand Donald's concern, and maybe it's as simple as just, in this particular section, we leave it as is, and when the city manager determines a cul-de-sac qualifies, we just go ahead and list it down right below as we're following the cul-de-sacs that have been deemed by the city manager to have special non-parallel parking situation, and then it's listed right there. That's your biggest concern.
Well, yeah, I mean, it just, because residents may come to us and I'll be like, well, I don't know which cul-de-sacs are, on the list. I mean, there would be no way for me to verify in the code or we'd have to have, an update from you to say, I've approved these 7. I analyzed 9, but I approved 7. And just so that we're aware, the 7 of us are aware that this is what you've done administratively. That's all I'm asking. Is that we need to have a mechanism, whether it needs to be in this code section or whether it needs to be somewhere else.
The only issue with that one, so you can go either way. So if, let's say we start with these 5 and we list them right now, that's great. And then we go do the evaluation for the 4 and then come back and the future governing body says, no, we don't agree with that. And they won't include those, or they'll modify and remove. It can happen either way. I get your point from a transparency standpoint, but then that's, again, by listing it, essentially now the approval is going to the governing body and not the staff. And if that's the way you guys want to do it, that's great. It's just I just need you guys to be aware of that. But by having it listed in code, it's you all that are making the final determination of which cul-de-sacs get exempt or not, because you can refuse to amend the city code in the future. I could bring forward, hey, I'd like to add these, and you guys can say no. Therefore, it's no longer, now I have to enforce the thing there. So there's just the decision's moving to the governing body, not the city manager. That's the key difference with actually naming the cul-de-sacs versus leaving it as an administrative function.
I think we need to rely on staff.
Agreed.
But I mean,
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yeah, is that Councilmember Javed?
Yes.
Yes, please, go ahead.
I think what Renato was saying, I mean, this would allow him to analyze it, right? And then he would bring his analysis to the governing body. But at that point, I think the governing body should make the decision. Why is the staff making that decision?
If that's the case, we can just modify this language here. It's pretty simple. We can bring it back, and if that's the desire of the governing body, we bring it back for the vote next meeting.
But I don't think it does what Hasib just said.
No, I know. We have to modify it. So basically what would happen is we still have the process where the city manager would determine whether or not this was necessary. He'd still meet with the 3 department heads, but the decision would come back and be your decision instead of the city.
We would do you're saying like a ratification, like basically a ratification of the staff analysis.
A recommendation from him to you to amend the code to add those cul-de-sacs.
Based upon the staff analysis.
Right.
Okay. Councilmember Machado, do you have a comment on this?
No, I don't.
Okay. Councilmember Sendejas?
No comment. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Banks?
Yeah, I have a comment. I think it's best to put it in the city manager's hands as the decision. He's got a number of factors to consider besides the citizens' concerns and safety as well. So that's why I side with the language that as it's written and presented. But I don't know what anyone else thinks, but that's my comment on it.
Okay. That's a good point, safety angle, yeah.
I agree. I think the whole point of putting this into writing was to protect the 5. They're worried that in the future, with a change of governing body, that they'll just change their mind. So they need a little bit of consistency. And I also don't see us having any better insight than the fire department and community development and police. So I think that if they deem it necessary to change this, I would default to them. But more importantly, I think that we really need to keep these 5 as protected as possible with their angled parking.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the big 5. Yeah, okay. So do we feel ready? Is there anyone who does not feel ready to vote on this evening? Please.
Can we just add one language though, maybe to
Sure.
concern we're saying the city manager is required to notify the governing body on any new cul-de-sacs, either exempted from enforcement or however, I'll let Dean come up with a more appropriate language for that, or
like delist, basically delisted, basically.
Every time there's an administrative change, it's simple notification, but not an actual code amendment.
And Dean can add the notification language, okay?
You want me to do that and then bring it back for a vote at the next meeting?
What do we want to do? What does the group feel? What's the will of the governing body?
I think we should put this to bed today.
I got
I'm sorry, I couldn't
a
hear
follow-up
you.
question.
Well, hang on a second, Councilmember Javed. I could not quite hear Councilmember Mensing.
I was just saying, I think I'm ready to put this to bed today and just have that added later.
Okay, so you're okay with the vote today?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Javed, your comments?
Yeah, it was just in regards to, I understand the concern that you want to have the city manager make that decision. But at the end of the day, he's still going to give us a safety report. He's going to give us a report on everything else he does in the city, and we vote on his recommendation. At the end of the day, yes, everybody can change, but so can the city manager or any admin staff in the future. If a new one comes in and says this is not safe, they're going to ultimately change to that decision. But the governing body is the one that is out there with the residents, and they could make that decision and overrule the city manager's decision, right? And then the second part of the question was if Dean is still up there. The first part of the code, you're saying that in section 1 that it's deleted in its entirety. If it's just an amendment, wouldn't the verbiage be an amendment to this instead of just being deleted?
No, we're deleting an entirely different section. It has nothing to do with this section. It was remember before we were changing the one that had the police chief involved? We just got rid of that entirely and made it the city manager's decision instead of the police chief. And says this particular section deals with the city manager. What's that?
I'm just confused on why this wouldn't come to the governing body to make a vote on this. Because I think we should be the ones to make a final decision, right?
Well, you've already delegated this authority to the city manager for parking in general. You know, if you look at 2447A, I mean, it's been the practice in the past, the city manager determines parking throughout the city. So, for instance, the governing body isn't asked when, although you're informed, you're not asked to vote on, say, shutting down one side of the street for paving or something like that. You know, that's the city manager's decision. This just kind of broadens that a little bit to give him the authority to try to find the best solution. Now, if you want to bring everything to the governing body, what I'd suggest is, you know, do something, you know, we change it so that in subsection C, it just says that, you know, it has to come to the governing body for a final vote, or if you want to just be informed, then we can just say in C, prior to any regulation pursuant to this section coming into effect, the city manager has to first publicly announce it in a public meeting, you know, notify the governing body, however you want to word that. But it seems like...
At the end of the day, I mean, we should be notified about the decision, right?
Well, you don't have to be yet. I mean, right now you don't have to be. It's probably not a bad idea to be notified, because when you're notified at a public meeting. People that are watching are going to know that as well.
And it's in the minutes.
It's in the minutes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, so I maybe it's something.
He could put the signs up and then come to the body saying, okay, I put the signs up on these cul-de-sacs.
Okay, so maybe at the very
Yeah.
next governing body meeting, he has to notify the governing body that he's placed these signs, or removed them, or change the marking, somehow change the parking within an area of the city.
Well, just for the, I wouldn't want to do it for Section A, because then that's.
That sounds good. Does that sound good to you, Councilmember Javed?
Why we don't just keep it consistent?
Hasid?
Yeah, exactly. That
Yeah.
was perfect if you had that.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, so you just want to change it for B, it has to do with these cul-de-sac parking, you just want to be notified at the next governing body meeting that this cul-de-sac is something's changed there, right?
Not for everything that we're doing from Public Works and.
Exactly. Just before he makes that jump, right, to notify us, okay, and then he can go ahead and put the signs up in the next meeting.
Yeah,
That's fine. If you guys don't want to vote on it, at least we can just be informed, you know?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm not really concerned about, I know it's been referenced, and I think Donald brought this up a couple weeks ago about change in city manager, but if that happens, we are still in the neighborhoods and we're still in contact with residents, and we always hear really fast when there's a problem, and that's part of the that's part of the checks and balances of the system that we're working within. So I don't think we need to be too concerned about that.
I mean, I'm okay with notification before you do it.
Okay.
And I mean, versus we have to approve it before you can do it. Like, I just want to be notified. That's all. I just want to be notified.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, on Meeker Court, we're going to do a different parking, and it's going to go up on, September 1st. We're going to start doing that. That's all I need.
The notification,
That's all.
Yeah, that's good.
Please.
Instead of being notified after the signs have been placed.
Right. That's all I'm asking. Just say, hey, this is our plan, and I've made this determination based on the evidence, and this is what we're doing. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay, so what happens if you guys don't like what he's doing? Are you going to vote at that time to tell him not to? I mean, I'm not sure what the point of that is.
I think it should be after, because we're giving him the authority. He has parking authority in the city, and we're giving him the authority to make this decision regarding the cul-de-sacs. So after he's made his decision with staff, the analysis is done, then after the fact, he comes back for notification. It's not that we are voting on whether it's right or wrong, or whether yes or no. He's simply making notification to us.
Yeah, I think that based upon what you've said, that makes more sense. Because otherwise, I mean, if you didn't like it, you could always just vote to change the code.
Right.
So
Right,
it's,
right. So do we feel good about voting on this evening?
Yes.
Okay. Dean, would you please state the motion?
Okay, let's see. The motion is to approve the proposed code amendment to section 2447 as presented, but to add at the end that the city manager must notify the governing body of such change at the next governing body meeting. Or something to that effect. I mean, I'll wordsmith it a little bit to make it sound better, but.
Final review by city attorney.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I want to say,
Oh, one abstention. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Javed. Thanks for coming in tonight, folks. Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, next is 8B, Economic Development Support for Retail Recruitment.
This is kind of closing the loop on what I initially presented on June 16th after Phase 3 was approved. I laid out a plan for different strategies we can take to make sure that the whole downtown is going to be successful, and this was a big component of that. There was really three components of the support that needed: general kind of consulting, identifying potential businesses that could fit in, and then the second and third part was that actual recruitment process of businesses to the city, and then closing the deal to get them here. And then another component, component 3, is when we have either property to lease, so space to lease, which we will have in our future city hall, or actual land to develop, like in Route 28, that we get that additional representation during the negotiations for those, getting those businesses to the table to go ahead and sign those leases. So that's what this covers, component 2 and 3 of what I presented on June 16th. I issued an RFP to seek out services for that, and I received 2 bids back. One was completely unrelated to what was being requested in the RFP. It was more focused on planning support and had that fixed fee. As a reminder, this is not a fixed fee structure. There's no payment unless something is accomplished. So when you get a business, that's when the bonuses are laid out. So, and attached, you'll have an agreement, still needing further review and refinement for the city attorney, but it provides the general gist of what we're looking to do here.
Okay. And you will be working very closely with HGIS during the entire process.
That's, yeah, exactly. They report directly to the city manager.
Okay.
So the component 1 of what was approved last time was they can consult on, okay, I think these businesses could work and potentially be interested. If I say go for it, that's what activates 2 and 3. Okay. If I say no, then we drop it and we don't move on to that second and third or second or third component of actual recruitment or getting a final lease done. So yeah, it has to be, and we try to write that in the agreement as well, where it's city manager approved or targeted businesses.
Okay. Councilmember Javed, do you have any comments or questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Sendejas?
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Machado?
So, Laszlo, I just have a question. So this is the same company that you've been working with from Manassas, right?
Yes, they're right next door, technically in the county. They're a local retail consultant recruitment firm, and yeah, they've been consulting pro bono the city the last year and a half on different businesses, and they help secure the Cinema Cafe interest for the city, along with a few other interested parties as well.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Banks, questions, comments?
No questions.
Okay. Councilmember Shoemaker?
I just want to say, I hope they're successful because that means we're successful.
Absolutely.
So I hope that we can be successful and bring in businesses together because we sorely need it.
Yeah. Councilmember Mensing?
So if they were to bring in a letter of intent, it has to already be someone that you approved?
Correct. Okay. Yeah. So that's, again, like I know it's kind of, there's multiple components, but they're providing kind of ideas for different businesses, or we're proactively saying, hey, go. I may just tell them, go recruit this firm, so we're skipping that kind of that first step, or they may come in and say, hey, these parties might be interested, but it has to be someone that I direct them to go out and actually recruit to the city.
Okay.
What if they bring in somebody that's not, I don't know, not in one of our targeted, I know because there was targeted businesses. What if they bring in one that's not targeted, but they present and say, hey, I don't know, Caribou Coffee wants to open. I'm just making it up, but I mean, just,
you want to come here?
Yeah, like they bring you a business and say, hey, this business wants to come to City Center or to.
If they fit, then I'll say yes, go out and recruit them. If they don't, then I'll say no, just drop it.
Okay.
We don't proceed any further.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we're only going to be able to, from a market standpoint, we only want one coffee shop in the downtown. You don't want to.
I was just making that up, that it just like that maybe they knew somebody.
But that's why it has to be strategic, and we really have to coordinate with Norton Scott, Hosta Capital, myself, and see kind of, and now Oxbow Properties for all the different commercial. We need to make sure we're not kind of bringing in multiple businesses that are going to compete with each other.
You don't want
a couple could be good, but depending on the sector, there's just only so much demand you can support. So the coffee shop, we really only want to have one with our library and drawing all the businesses.
Absolutely.
That's why he's going to work very closely with them.
Right.
Okay, so staff recommendation is that the governing body authorize the city manager to sign the attached agreement with HGIS LLC pending final review by city attorney. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Before we move on to 8C, I've been informed that we do have a couple YouTube comments. The gentleman's name is anonymous, so we'll refer to him as John Q. Public. When are you going to start parking enforcement against vehicles blocking sidewalks? And do you think you guys could mow the road near my house? So many cracks with grass in it, should be considered part of the Green New Deal. Okay, we are having a parking town hall the end of September. I would encourage you to tune into that. The mowing, Keith, did the gentleman leave his email address that perhaps staff could get back to him and answer his questions in more detail?
I can ask, he did not here.
He needs to probably be encouraged to reach out to Public Works to contact their office.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
He should reach out to Public Works Department so they can, to notify them of this so they can, yeah.
If you could let him know that, Keith, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to 8C, this would be Mosby Drive construction.
You all have a resolution in front of you as well. And to those who are at home, I emailed that to you right before the meeting. So, you need them?
This one.
May I ask you, Jeanette, then, since we're waiting, in the resolution, it has the 1.4
I'm sorry.
on the very last whereas, or the now for the be it resolved, it says that it's in the amount not to exceed 1.4 million. Is that the total cost of the project?
This is the first time I've seen this.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know if you knew or not. I was trying to figure out if that included the emergency money we had
Okay,
already.
I'm sure he'll tell us.
Okay.
One second.
Okay.
Figure this out.
Hey, in the third whereas, culvert's spelled wrong. Can you fix it? Just needs a T on the second line.
Okay, so one last time. I apologize. Okay. Okay. Can you all see that at home?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, citizens and staff. Wanted to give a brief update on the Mosby Drive culvert situation. Last Wednesday evening, you approved an emergency resolution for procurement of services up to $375,000 to repair the entranceway to Mosby Drive. In initial thinking, that was the only plan ahead of us, was to drop some temporary corrugated metal culverts in place, restore access to the roadway. Thursday and Friday, we met with numerous contractors, material supply companies, engineers, and as should happen in emergency, things evolved and happened fast. Most of the contractors and material supply people we spoke to wanted to know exactly why we intended to put in corrugated metal when the end product was concrete. So I was sort of, you've got this blowout here, there's no demolition to speak of really required remaining. Probably be better to put something in place immediately that works. We said, well, there's a lead time on our final product. The 6 by 12 box culverts that were in the final design plan are about an 8-week lead time. You have to order them, they have to cast them, and let them cure and test them and ship them. Material supply companies around the area had in stock both 72-inch elliptical material and 84-inch circular material. So Bowman Consulting, the actual project engineer firm, was quick to turn around an analysis, an hydraulic analysis of what it would mean to use 84-inch concrete pipe. As long as the hydraulic analysis showed that it could pass the same year storm with the same hydraulic line upstream and downstream, then essentially you have the same product, just a different material. So you don't have to redo your stormwater submission to FEMA or anything like that. You're just switching gears from a box culvert to a circular culvert. In this case, twin barrels, twin 84-inch pipe. That material being readily available and in the area, we went ahead, started working on that redesign. Meanwhile, got with VDOT to ask the obvious questions. Since we're now proceeding with something that is being designed by Bowman, it's not a temporary solution. What about the revenue sharing agreement? Can we keep that intact? Since we're following all legal emergency procurement procedures and we are in a pinch, we've actually been working with a work group from VDOT and Bowman having regular daily meetings. VDOT's trying to ensure that we're taking all the necessary steps so that we don't jeopardize our revenue sharing funding. But the good news is that it looks like that the road we're taking, as long as we complete all these necessary steps, that we will be able to use the revenue sharing funding and we can have the contractor install the design product for essentially emergency access so that we won't be throwing good money after that. As of today, we have a revised, essentially about a 90% plan that's been shared with VDOT. The hydraulic calculations have been shared with VDOT. We have a revised construction estimate, and we anticipate that by the end of the day tomorrow, that we should have substantial enough design detail so we can feel comfortable releasing this to a contractor for bid. We still have to get the agreement together. We still have some other work to do. But it looks like at this point that later this week we'll be passing on an actual project design that VDOT's in agreement with. The revised estimate at this point, plus we're leaving in a 25% bid contingency because this is an emergency procurement action. Contractors are likely to feel weary being asked to bid a project. We will probably only give them until Monday at noon to provide an actual bid for the project. Due to the uncertainty and how contractors will respond to this, we'd like to build in a 25% bid contingency. That's something we don't normally do. We don't normally put a bid contingency in there. This is something we feel necessary because we are asking for you to authorize the city manager to approve an amount. We would hate to get bids in on Monday and it be somehow above the authorized amount and we would be frozen in place. One of the key decisions we had to make was in order to move this thing along, the city decided to go ahead and purchase the pipe and wing wall material. So we had purchase authority under the resolution that was issued last week. So we made 2 major purchases. You can see the cost of those purchases. However, since they are now part of the project specification, it's highly likely that we'll be able to get revenue sharing for those materials as well. So the total construction estimate that we're looking at this time is actually 1.388 million. We rounded that up in the resolution to 1.4 million. Again, we don't want to be frozen in time on Monday with an inability to act. tried to what I wanted to do was attempt to give you a breakdown of where we actually stand with the funding. I know that last week we were all very weary about the $375,000 figure, but if we look at, this is sort of the way VDOT breaks down projects. We have preliminary engineering phase, a right-of-way phase, and a construction phase. To date, we spent $91,278 in preliminary engineering. We have not spent anything in right-of-way, as we've discussed. You know, we were just getting ready to finalize the actual limits of the temporary construction easements and all the permanent stormwater easements to approach the HOA about the right-of-way acquisitions. We have spent nothing on construction so far. On PE, there is a slight redesign that's associated with this. We originally only had about $5,000 remaining in our design contract, and that was mainly for stormwater work. But there is now additional engineering that's been done at a very frantic pace and will still need to be done through next week. So there's a remaining $38,000 in preliminary engineering work on this project. That's $129,000 worth of engineering. We had originally, our funding agreement with VDOT was for $169,000. On the right-of-way phase, which is the big question mark, because so many of the easements have gone away, but some are in flux. So we're not quite sure. We know we haven't spent any yet, but we haven't tried to price out the right-of-way, and we won't until we have the plats in hand and we do bar sheets, basic administrative report sheets, to make an offer to the HOA. We have, though, through VDOT funded $130,000 for that activity, and that figure is important because I'll come back to that in a second. We spent nothing on construction so far, but we anticipate being able to execute a construction agreement for $1.388 million. Of course, that brings the project total, excluding right-of-way, up to $1.5 million, and we had funded $1.644. That leaves a delta of $126,000 that can fit into that question mark in the right-of-way phase. So we're very excited about the possibility to actually fall within the VDOT funding budget for this project, despite the incident. And when you consider that the estimate might have gone up, but there's been so much demolition and utility work already accomplished in the emergency that the estimate is actually, in certain areas has gone down. So we're very fortunate to be able to present this information. Staff recommendation is certainly that you approve the resolution before you tonight to authorize the city manager and staff to further pursue this construction agreement. It will, of course, be in accordance with the VDOT project and the Bowman final plan design specifications. The only difference will be we will still be working a right-of-way phase simultaneous to execution of the construction agreement, possibly beginning construction. We will, hopefully the utilities will respond quickly that they're satisfied with their temporary position and that they need to go in after construction anyways. So that might not be a step. We're working to notify the Corps of Engineers that we intend to file our permit promptly, but that we will be filing an after the fact permit for the work we've already done, and that should encompass the work as it begins. That permit paperwork is already in the works, but we need to notify the Corps. We're probably not going to approve a permit before we actually start work because we've already started cleanup. So we feel as though we're in a very good position. VDOT has been offering us very good guidance. Past couple of days we've had regular meetings with an entire team there, so we feel very good about our position. We feel very good about the potential to use VDOT revenue sharing funding still on this project. Staff, again, is recommending approval of the resolution before you.
Just to let you all know, for the local emergency declaration, we didn't put a timestamp on it last time, but I'll be amending it and getting ratification at the next meeting just to make sure that the emergency lasts until the final construction is complete for the Mosby Drive.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Calvin. Let's start with our folks at home. Councilmember Javed, do you have any comments or questions?
No question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Machado?
I just want to thank the Public Works Cutting and Group for working diligently on this emergency procurement. I also have a question. How is the temporary road working? When is the estimated time for completion for the temporary bypass?
Okay, so the temporary access road, the millings seem to be holding up well. There were some concerns from the HOA, especially about the traffic flow being in a one-lane road around a bend. They had wanted to know if we could put up one of those convex mirrors to help with visibility. Instead, we opted to put a temporary traffic signal out there. So it's a detection-based traffic signal. It's very familiar in appearance to most people. It's a red, yellow, green light on each side that's detection-based. So only one travel lane gets permission at a time. And we felt better about that than just installing a mirror. I hope the HOA is amenable to that. It's a bit of an upgrade from their request. But we felt it necessary. So that will be in place until we actually close off that temporary access road. Ms. Machado, we have actually started unloading pipe sections onto the site already. We have enough pipe sections unloaded onto the, into the area right now for the contractor to begin installing 32 feet the double barrel pipe. So there's 64 feet of pipe segment laying there. So we're very hopeful that as soon as we have an agreement in place with the contractor, that we continue demolition. So the trench is changing every day, and we're getting closer to actually being at the grade that they would set the pipe at. So we're hopeful that the contractor, immediately upon execution of the agreement, that they can get in there, spend a day or so cleaning up the site and start installing pipe segments. Again, we have brought those pipe segments to the site so that they're ready to go. I think that within probably a week of them beginning work, they'll be able to reopen a section of the roadway. Again, we haven't discussed scoping or phasing with the contractor. We would prefer them to start in the middle for the obvious utility relocation reasons. But if they can provide us a plan that allows them to open up a lane of traffic starting on either the downstream or upstream end, we'll be amenable to that. But again, our goal is going to be stated to the contractor to open up access as fast as possible. It's one thing to reap the benefits of not having to disturb the entrance again by ripping out a temporary construction entrance later, but it's also important that we adhere to a timeline and get access to these residents as quickly as possible. So,
Do you have a follow-up, Councilmember Machado?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sendejas.
Yes, I want to say thank you for all the hard work. I have a question about parking on the culvert. So I noticed Monday evening yesterday that there's some cars that were parked around the area. Are those the workers' vehicles or is it residential vehicles?
I know I did see one vehicle that I wasn't familiar with today. Most of the vehicles that I've seen parked in the area have been either public works trucks or contractors, engineers visiting the site to meet with us, have discussions. We've had a large group of people in and out. And so I saw one vehicle today that was seemed like somebody had parked. It was not directly down in the impact area, but it was past the new entrance to the Marias property.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Councilmember Sendejas?
I guess with the weather being all odd, are there any concerns with another storm, I guess, destroying the current temporary culvert preparation?
So when setting these concrete structures, of course, there's always the risk that until you have 2 full barrels installed that you won't be capable of passing anything beyond base flow or, a 1-year storm. The same existed with the Denver culvert. You create a bypass that passes the base flow of the stream, and then you just have to deal with the storms as they come. The channel will remain fairly open, so your overland relief is actually through the stream channel. It's less obstructed now than it was prior to any incident with the culvert. The culverts are more restricted in the current condition. As excavation and demolition continues, you'll have even more openness. So the overland relief, you have no restrictions. We don't anticipate any overland relief. Actually, the most crucial moments would come after the barrels are fully installed, if the roadway is not yet installed and stabilized. But at that point, you'll have barrels in place capable of passing the 100-year storm, so the risk is very minimal.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Banks, comments or questions? Preston?
Sorry, I was on mute.
Okay.
Thanks for your work on this, Calvin. My question's in regards to the permitting from the Army Corps of Engineers. This is under the nationwide permit program, right?
Right. I understand little about these emergency action permits, but I think their nationwide permit 3 covers maintenance and repair activities. So, you know, our basic approach right now is to finish applying for that permit, but in the meantime, Bowman has reached out to the Corps saying that, you know, we have to do work under this emergency condition.
Right.
Yeah, it is a nationwide permit approach that's being taken by Bowman at this point.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. That's all.
Okay. Councilmember Mensing?
No questions.
Councilmember Shoemaker?
I was just going to confirm, you were saying that that what will be installed will be 84-inch, the cement, circular cement?
Yeah, we didn't want to go with an inferior material for the final design. We originally had said concrete. That we're looking for long-term durability. We were already designing to pass the 100-year storm. So these 84-inch barrels, it's a double 84-inch barrel design, will pass the 100-year storm, the same as the 6x12 box will, and they're both long-term durable concrete materials.
Right. So if we get another 100, any kind of 100-year storm, then these are big enough to pass that much water through it.
Yeah, they will pass the 100-year storm without topping the roadway as long as there's no obstructions.
Right.
How you measure beyond the 100-year storm, I'm not really sure. I'm sure we've had events in history in this area that have been beyond the 100-year storm. That's again, a frequency prediction.
Right.
But when you have massive storms, they don't really have a category beyond the 100-year storm. So at that point, it's overland relief over top of the roadway, as with any bridge culvert design.
Yeah, if we're getting that much rain or that much water, there won't be anybody outside to do things
And not to
outside.
say the structure won't hold. This is a concrete wing wall structure. The structure will almost certainly hold through a 100-year storm.
Right.
It's just going to top the roadway. Okay? That's your relief for your stream flows over top of the roadway back to the other side of the stream.
Right.
It should not just damage the culvert or the roadway. Right. It may damage the roadway. That's always the one
Right.
unknown. How the roadway and the subbase will handle that much water.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Since there's no staff recommended motion on the resolution, could we have either city attorney or Calvin read the motion?
That the governing body adopt the attached resolution authorizing emergency procurement for the prompt execution of the Mosby Drive Culvert Replacement Project.
Pending final review by city attorney?
Only to correct that one typo.
Okay, well then let's do that. Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Calvin.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to new business, we have social services, Virginia Career Works MOU.
So, Andrew, are you on the line?
I am, and also this evening, Seema Jain, who's the Deputy Executive Director, is joining us too. I know with the last agreement that came up, there were a few questions, so I thought it would be beneficial to have a direct point of contact join us this evening as well.
Okay. Well, thank you. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
So Randy, do you have anything to add?
I don't actually. Do the members have any questions this evening regarding the MOU?
I'm sorry, Randy, I thought there was a presentation. My apologies. There's no.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. I was just, I don't know why I was expecting that, but anyway, let's, thank you. Let's start with our folks at home. Councilmember Machado, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes. Randy, thank you so much for providing this information. It's so helpful for people that are trying to find a job, to receive training. My question is, how many people have used this service before or are currently using, and how long is the training for new skills if they need to?
Ms. Jane, are you on the call to be able to provide a number? I am. Can you hear me? Yeah. Great. Good evening, council members, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. In terms of the numbers that we have served, in the past fiscal year, which ended on June 30th, we had over 700 participants enrolled in our employment programs. So generally, when we serve those customers, they select the training that they would like to attend. Those trainings can vary in a length of time, but generally we send people to training that are 6 months or less. So that's about the length of time that someone would be in a program. More so shorter term training that might be just a few weeks to a month and a half, but it can go up to 6 months.
Do you have a follow-up, Councilmember Machado?
No, I'm not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sendejas?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Javed?
Yeah, I just have a question. Are you seeing a lot of individuals that are on unemployment seeking for short-term employment with you folks, or is that even, do you guys even offer that temporary job?
So we don't ourselves employ the individuals that are coming in for our programs. We are seeing quite a number of unemployed individuals. I think more so now that some of the unemployment benefits will be ending. I believe we'll see more that are trying to access our services. What we do provide is job placement assistance. So we work with local employers to help place them into employment opportunities that they may have available. So we have still been operating virtual career fairs with local employers and offering that to job seekers that are seeking employment opportunities.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Vice Mayor Banks?
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mensing?
No questions.
Okay. Councilmember Shoemaker?
I just, to piggyback on the other question that Councilmember Machado had was how many people from Manassas Park have been accessing your services, and how do we get the word out better about what you offer? Because, I read through what you offer. You have a lot of different programs. Obviously, there's a lot of unemployment. I just perceive that you guys are an underused asset for our residents. And so how do we get more people to access? Because I will say I a few years back, I went down and accessed your services and met with one of your career counselors, and it was helpful. So.
Sure, and that is something that we do try and leverage our partners to try and get the word out about our services. We have limited ability to use funding for marketing services, so we do work quite a bit with partners such as Randy with the Department of Social Services, and then other nonprofit organizations in Manassas Park, as well as the City of Manassas and Prince William County, in order to get the word out about what we do. We sit on a lot of different committees and boards that are put together that are comprised of different organizations to help get the word out as well. But we certainly would be open to any other suggestions of how to better get the word out in the Manassas Park community. That is something that we do try in every locality that we cover to try and do more in terms of outreach and leveraging our partners to help us in getting the word.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up or anything? Okay. Thank you very much for attending virtually. The staff recommendation is that the governing body authorize the mayor to sign the VCW System Memorandum of Understanding pending final review by city attorney. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thanks again, ladies. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jane. Have a great night. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 9B, which is acceptance of emergency medical services grant.
Chief Sober.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor Banks and members of the governing body.
Good evening.
What I'm going to present tonight is the request to spend FY21 budgeted funds from our grant line items in order to support a recently approved EMS grant at the hands of the Virginia Office of Emergency Medical Services. The approval of this grant by the OMS was approved for $15,000 for a power loading system. We had originally submitted the total cost of the load system, power pack, and installation to be a total cost of $40,000. The request was to be a 50-50 match grant, which turned out to be somewhere in the neighborhood of a 60-40 split. So when we were back and asked the state of why that was not a 50-50 grant, we found out was that the Office of EMS received a larger than normal amount of requests from around the Commonwealth this year. So in efforts to fulfill everybody's grants as best they could, they wasn't able to honor as many 50-50 or 80-20 hardship grants as in past. So with the acceptance of this grant, this will allow us to, at the fire department, to outfit one of our current older levy units, which is going to stay around for a few more years, with the power levy system. And in the FY21 CIP coming up, we're scheduled to replace our oldest levy unit, which is the 2008. So any new purchased EMS transport unit needs to have this levy system for patient and provider safety. So with the grant approval and the future purchase of new medic unit, we will now have a power levy system on all our EMS transport units, which would enhance patient safety from possible drops or vehicle accidents, as well as prevent some back injuries and some muscle strains to our staff. So therefore, I'm requesting the use of the full $25,000 that was budgeted in FY21 to cover the remaining cost of this project that was $40,000.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you for your time, and you can be questions.
Okay, thank you. Go to our folks at home. Councilmember Javed, do you have any comments, questions?
No comments or questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Machado?
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank the fire department for pursuing this grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sendejas?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Banks?
I'm glad we're getting this, and thank you for your work in the grant. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Mensing?
No questions.
Okay. Councilmember Shoemaker?
I just want to say I'm glad we're able to basically get this at a discount, not having to pay the full price with the grant. And actually, if we prevent, one or two worker comp claims, we actually could be revenue positive on this because worker comp claims are very expensive to have somebody out of work for months. So actually, we might be, this expense actually, if it prevents the injuries, might actually get us more positive in terms of spending.
Well, it's important to protect our workers, too.
Absolutely.
Protect staff.
You don't want to have somebody permanently injured.
Absolutely. Staff recommendation is that the governing body authorizes the city manager to sign grant acceptance award letter from VA OEMS for an amount of $15,000. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Okay, next is a line of credit renewal.
Did somebody want to get Patty? I saw she was here. Is she in her office? Oh, okay. Yeah, I knew she was. I saw her here earlier, but yeah.
Yeah, so this agenda item is just the renewal of the city's line of credit program that we have with Sandy Spring. As a reminder, we also have the VML Finance program for cash support as well, specifically for capital projects, but to help the overall city cash position. So this is kind of a backup if we exceed the requirements of that program as well. Probably would have said we should probably move on from this program this year, but 2020 has just been a crazy year. I just can't forecast any other calamity that may occur and put us in any risk from a cash perspective. So I'm recommending we keep this program at least for another year and see what happens with the world here the next 12 months.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember.
I just want to know, I forgot, I saw the incentive. You did have some amendments to the actual documents, and those were put in front of you as well. So we'll be asking for approval of the city attorney version.
Is that the email that came in earlier today also?
Did you send emails out? Okay. Yeah.
Oh, Lena did. Lena, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, ask them for these.
Okay. Okay. Vice Mayor Banks, do you have any comments, questions?
No.
Councilmember Sendejas, do you have any comments, questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Machado?
I just have a question. How often are we using this credit line?
So Paul is on the line as well. From my recollection, I do not believe we use it in fiscal year 20. I could be wrong. I know in the file we did borrow some money, but I want to say it was from the VML Finance program. Is that correct, Paul?
Check that.
Oh, Patty says yes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Patty says yes as well.
Okay.
So yes, that we did not.
We did not use this program this year. We used the VML, which is going to be the first option because it's a lower interest rate. This program is really just a backup if things really get that bad that we have another backup option as well.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up, Councilmember Machado?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Javed?
Yeah, I mean, he answered my question. No, I was wondering if we're still doing a line of credit with the VML in place. But the VML, is there withdrawal restrictions on that?
What do you mean withdrawal restrictions?
Like how many times can we access money from that VML throughout the year?
From my recollection, there is none. We have kind of a set schedule where they reach out to us based off of our capital spending requirements. But it's available for us as long as we notify them 30 days in advance so they can make the issuance. And then we have to notify them also in advance for when we want to repay them as well. But as long as we are maintaining a balance, it's continuously allowed for use. There's one period of the year, I want to say it's in June, or it could be January, one of the 2 months there that we actually have to have a zero balance. So that's the only time where we actually have a restriction on borrowing.
Okay. Do you have a follow-up, Councilmember Javed?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shoemaker?
My only question is what is the interest rate on the VML right now? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head, but we can get back to you.
That's fine, because I noticed it looks like it's 2.25 for the line of credit. Right, because it says 3.25 minus the 1%.
Can you verify that? Are you still on?
Yes, sir.
What's the interest rate for the line of credit?
For the line of credit, the effective rate, net of the discount is 2.28.
2.8, okay.
So it's actually much more competitive this year than it was last year, so the rates have clearly come down. Yeah, but from my recollection, the VML program was probably still between the 1% and the 2%, but slightly gone down since as well, with all interest rates going down.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mensing?
Just to clarify, if we don't use it, it doesn't cost anything?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, staff recommendation is that the governing body approves the FY 2021 revenue anticipation note with Sandy Spring for the total amount of $4 million, and that the governing body authorizes the city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and city treasurer to execute relevant attached documents pending final review by city attorney.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, 9D, which is new online payment portal solution.
Speak clearly. All right, good evening, Mayor, members of the governing body, citizens. Here to present the proposed kind of just almost an overhaul of our current online payment solution that we have with our current vendor, which, as you've been on there, is PayPal. Essentially, long story short, I was approached by Patty, I think, as I just got onto the city, and she just basically came into the administrative office wing and just said, we need a new payment portal. I said, okay, I just came from the payment space. Let me look into this. I'll get back to you. And here we are today. So a lot of things have happened in the interim, but I can just go ahead and get a quick consolidated overview of what we're doing. I have Patty here to reconfirm anything that she's seeing on her end. And then also, I believe I have Matt Crane on the line who's representing Virginia Interactive. So kind of all three of us can answer and facilitate your questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
So where are we right now? So our online payment systems, it's one of those ones where you have multiple, I would say, deficiencies with it, but they're just things that are not optimal to provide an incentive for a citizen to come in and utilize our portal. The most notable one is the relatively higher comparatively to some other payment systems seen out there, the transaction processing fee. So if you think 3% on a normal transaction of, let's say, an average utility bill, 3% might not seem a lot, but at $4.50 might be a barrier for some people to want to accept and make a payment online. They'd rather just come into City Hall, cash check, and then you go with that. The user experience is fairly clunky. It takes about 6 to 7, sometimes even 8 different workflows of clicking through the process because you have to go through a Keystone login, which is entirely separate, like actual login, keyword, password, everything. Then you actually go through the Keystone interface to find your account, itemize out the ones you want to pay for, then shopping cart that into a next thing, confirm that shopping cart, and then export that to a PayPal interface, and then it itemizes that out, and then you have to make the end. And then you actually don't get your card information saved, and so everything is kind of lost the next time you go in there, so you have to come back in and just basically redo it over and over again on a monthly basis. So it's not ideal. And then just the lack of, I would say, alternative ways to make an online payment. No kind of like embedded payment, so you can leave your card behind and automatically reduces whatever card information you leave behind. And also no kind of really thoughtful ACH kind of e-check functionality. So you would just kind of establish essentially what people are doing today, where they're paying via physical checks. Here, you would just replicate that in an online fashion, and you can do the exact same thing. So because of that, we need to kind of think about all the different ways to optimize our online payment process, and then you think about some of the other things. So Patty, for the most part, and her staff have very limited customer calling in time. So when somebody calls in to make a payment, they're mostly just talking to the lender on the phone, talking about a dispute on a bill, and then finally trying to pay the bill over the phone. And all the Linda or anybody's doing is literally just handing the phone to someone else in the teller's office, and they're essentially just taking down the card information and using a card number. So it's not ideal because it takes up a lot of time on the phones. It's roughly, 10 to 15 minutes sometimes for a transaction. You have customers at the window. It's just not ideal from a customer servicing standpoint. And no mobile solution. So anyone has to come in our portal. It's not necessarily a really mobile-friendly solution right now. It's the desktop version scrunched down into a tiny screen. It's not necessarily the best way to go about it. So the best way to think about this is, well, who out there can really provide it, because we're not necessarily providing the best experience, and it shows, because I think I have the number there. Only 15% of all of our payments are made online. That's a relatively low benchmark comparatively what we could be as a city. And that's including right now the options, the ones that we have online, which is real estate, personal property, and utilities. So for the most part, real estate is kind of out of our hands. It's a biannual one where we're getting a lot of third-party mortgage companies sending us people's payments on their behalf, and it necessarily does not allow people who have completely paid off mortgage to pay their property taxes online. And even then, that's for some people a pretty heavy expense. A 3% transaction fee on a couple $1,000 real estate property tax is a pretty big hefty fee to add on in addition to that. So for the most part, the real, I would say, value add is for those smaller dollar amounts, personal property and utilities as the biggest value add for this. So this is a fairly busy slide, but it's just a whole city volume of the amount of payments we transact on a year. This is all transactions, not just online. What those actual dollar amount values are. So not only the volume of the payments, but the amount of the total types of payments. And then where those added in fees kind of factor in, like our fees are structured because of that for average type of, in this case, like I said, utility fees and our tax fees, which is the personal property. So for the most part, you're seeing right there, not a lot of tax payments are made online, and of the ones that are, it's mostly personal property taxes for cars that are paid online. Nothing else really from a real estate standpoint. So that would be tougher for me to actually be able to incentivize people to make that big of a payment online. That's not necessarily what we're going for. But overall, you look at the volume, the amount of the total payments per month, that's where we have the biggest kind of opportunity, because we get roughly about 3,800 to 4,000 payments per month on utilities. That's a relatively big volume per month to manage, and having a more automated online solution to not only help process the transaction, but then provide the level of reporting that's required to process and account for those transactions on a monthly basis. It not only helps out the treasurer and our citizens, but also helps out our financial reporting and our accounting. And I'm pretty sure Connie, if she's on the line still, and Patty would attest that would necessarily really help them out to kind of be able to keep up with the volume on a monthly basis. Some other takeaways, just so you kind of get like what we're looking at here. So I think I went over the benchmark, or excuse me, where we're at, but the benchmark is roughly about a quarter of your payments online. So that would be a slight lift in our utilities and a pretty hefty lift to try to get our personal property. I do think that we found the right partner, which Interactive we can talk about too, can help provide that level of marketing that's required, help us kind of elevate our online presence to be able to engage customers, to let them know that, hey, we actually have a online payment solution that's actually really easy. It might even involve having me standing in the treasurer's lobby during a busy time of day and marketing by holding a little like iPad in front of them, being like, hey, have you ever thought about using this? And that kind of like grassroots versus online presence is kind of the way that you can get people to slowly realize that there's a better way of doing it rather than coming in and making the manual check or cash submission.
Sort of like at the perfume counter.
Something, yeah, just give them like an experience that they can actually find pretty intuitive. But the other part was just the impact of COVID. We had assumed, and I made a lot of assumptions, hey, maybe if we restrict their ability to even get into City Hall, that will increase our online payment. And no actual lift was provided. So literally people would rather risk life and limb to be able to come in and contract COVID than use our online payment solution. So that just tells you kind of overall where we're at right now. It's relatively, March, April, May, June, July, I think about 5 months of data that has been the exact same from year to date. 5 months at the beginning of last year, there was no difference. So it's broken, we need to fix it. This is a pretty busy slide. We can talk in Q&A about most of this. I just think the biggest takeaway for all of this is just that you are getting a really elevated product. Just long story short, Virginia Interactive is a subsidiary of NIC. NIC is a nationally recognized payment processor for all federal government, states, entities, you name it, across the board. And for some states, they have local subsidiaries, of which Virginia Interactive is one of them, and they also have a state relationship and multiple local city and county relationships as well. So I actually found their solution by just doing some research and found them as what the Stafford County utilizes, and more cities and counties are starting to utilize them more so than not, because I think, and Matt can help me out, provide the background on that one, but I think it was around 2015, 16, they actually issued the RFP that established this process to be able to be more localized in the first place. So it's kind of like establishing a new business opportunity. So with that, how are we going to do this? So the number one thing is lower the fee. I reached out to way too many vendors that I could possibly wish to replicate those conversations, but at the end of the day, none of them can lower that transaction fee. The way that Virginia Interactive is able to do that is because there's a state managed treasurer contract through a company called Elevon, and because of that state contract and that enterprise agreement with the state of Virginia, they're able to half that interchange fee, that interaction fee, that transaction fee. So because Elevon's relationship with Virginia Interactive and the kind of, they actually can not only provide that payment processor behind their payment portal, but they can also manage that relationship with Elevon, which management relationship is a big part of this because Elevon's a really big company, and to be, small city of Manassas Park trying to get customer service if things were to go wrong, it's an issue for us, and it's an issue for any other small locality when they're dealing with a big national brand. That's helped us out because Virginia Interactive is helping manage that relationship. As you can see, some of the other parts that I really think are going to be helpful for us is just the showing that you're trying to save dollars for our citizens. It can be something as small as $1 on like a roughly average payment. We do have high utility bills here in the city. It is roughly about $1 to $1.50 level savings. On some of those personal property bills, it can be $5 of saving, but those things add up. It just shows them that you're thinking of them, you're thinking of their experience, and it just provides us that even though we're entering in this relationship with Interactive, we're kind of changing around the cost structure. On average, it's a lower cost to our citizens, and that's the biggest thing. And we know that any service that they're giving through this, or we're trying to find, there's going to be some level of cost to it. This is the lowest one I could possibly find. And on top of just having a really good experience, both on our online, mobile, and kind of like desktop experience, they're going to be building out a multi-language IVR. So if you've ever gone on the phone and push 1 for this and push 2 for that and enter your account information, we will be having that. Our over-the-counter solution, so not only for right now, but when we get our new city hall, kind of like a DMV experience, you kind of just go through your line and you can check out like a window, like a payment kiosk, and make your payment. That'll be something that's brand new. So not only these, but anything that does come up that's brand new, they're always looking to find new and unique ways to process payments and enhance the customer experience. This is a company that I feel like they actually provide that kind of willingness to work with us, and because you have that per transaction cost structure behind it, the R&D side, the research and development side, is kind of provided up front, and then you're just kind of, on that like line of being the new innovator rather than getting things well after the fact. So I thought that was pretty unique with this vendor. So I'll provide for any questions here right now if you have it for me, Patty, and Matt from Virginia Interactive on the line.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Will the mobile app be available right away, or will that take time?
That would be something from the scope of work, and Matt, if you're on the line, as far as the actual implementation and that phase kind of, I know that there's a level of, we sit down and we kind of just scope out all the like really granular requirements, we understand, and then we sequence when the actual solutions will be delivered. Is that at the same time as the actual online kind of desktop version, Matt, if you're on?
Yes, good evening, everybody. Matt Crane from Virginia Interactive here. Absolutely, the mobile version would be delivered at the same time as the online payment processing functionality. It all would be part of one thing, and as Chris mentioned, it's really just part of us having the goal to make interactions and transactions as convenient as possible for all your users.
Okay, thank you. I ask because a lot of folks use their phones for everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And any long-term software platform that we're looking for the city, I'm looking for a robust mobile solution for that as well. And that's almost like an eliminator if it's not a part of it, because it's almost replacing laptops and desktops for a lot of people.
Yeah, thank you.
Especially younger people.
Council members, Sandehas, do you have any questions, comments?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council member Machado?
This is a great initiative, also because we are going to lower the fee. There are multiple payment options. And when is this going to be implemented if approved?
So I believe over the next few weeks, if this is approved, we'll be fine-tuning the final agreement. And then it just depends on when we can get people in the same room and start actually executing the scope of work, which is going to be a lot of that upfront, like requirements build out, getting with their tech team, understanding kind of how we're going to start facing this, understanding the integration with Keystone, understanding a lot of the different integration pieces that we've already had like high-level discussions on and some granular ones, but then we start sequencing out. But I do want this to be this fall, so I don't want to hammer down an exact date of when we're going to go live and present it to everybody. So as far as personal property season is concerned, I don't know if we'll hit that window because bills are being sent out at the beginning of next week, so that's pretty hasty. I'd like to be able to get it done right and have it be a long-term thing rather than just kind of doing a rush job on it. So as all things, we want to get everything done by the FY21 benchmark is what I'm holding myself to.
And just a note, we'll be looking, because of the CARES Act Round 2 funding, and even the first funding, we actually put a pretty big IT budget. So we'll be looking for a new website, which will of course function with this as well, to really streamline all the customer service experience for all of our residents going online, whether it's applications for the commissioner revenue, the permitting office, everything will be now digitized so people don't have to actually come in to resolve that. And this is one part of that. There's other software things that we'll be implementing. So I just mean to say that the next few months is going to be very, very busy for Chris, Don, Patty, Pon, along with Pon working on the audit as well, and then personal property tax. So things may take a while here, but we need to get a lot of this stuff done by December 30th with the CARES Act funding. This is not one of them, but there's going to be other things happening concurrently with this.
Okay. Do you have a follow-up, Councilmember Machado?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Javed?
Yes, so no, this is exciting because I pay my water bill online and it's always at 3% fees. It's crazy that bill. But my question is that I don't see any. I guess they would have to develop a specific software for our city. I mean, is there charges for that upfront cost?
So the quick answer is no. This is a relationship where all of the R&D, so the implementation, the build out, the speculative build out, it's based off of their understanding of our volume and their transaction $1 per fee cost structure on the back end. So they are a company that's more, hey, we're going to provide all of the gear up front, and then that return is going to be over the transaction fees as long as the relationship is known. And it's one of those relationships that, we can exit at any time as a city if we feel uncomfortable with it. We just feel like it's not working. That's not when we're locked into a certain amount of years or anything. So it's very flexible for us as a city. And so I think that's a win-win for us because there is no kind of upfront delivery implementation cost, which sometimes can be a hefty sum of money. And I have that right, Matt. Just want to make sure.
Do you have a follow-up, Councilmember Javed?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Banks?
Hey, Chris, great research and great presentation. My question is, and that's, I mean, this is well needed, first of all, because I mean, I've seen the line at the treasurer's office. I've actually been caught in the line, and it's long, and it's a long wait. My question is, when there is a problem, let's say that the network goes down, or there's a dispute over a charge, are we going to get the prompt service or timely service to address those problems?
So I'll let Matt start with the actual point of sale dispute and then work it back to where the city actually takes responsibility, because it's kind of like a dual thing. So Matt, did you understand the question?
Yes, Chris, I did. And that's a great question, and I think touches on part of what we're really proud to bring to the table, which is, a relationship with the city. If I understood your question, there were really a few parts, and one was what happens if and when there's downtime, and then also if there's somebody on hand to resolve issues that might arise from payment. Say, for example, like a chargeback. For the former, my response would be that since, as you've noted in the previous question, that this is a self-funded model, our interests are very closely aligned with yours, that the service be operational at all times. So not only do we host everything in Virginia, we also have failover in Texas. Should there be any kind of disaster that might affect our online systems. So we are up and online, 24/7. Those are our goal all the time. And then the other piece of that would be that you always have relationships with full-time employees here. We don't really outsource our customer service. They're all Virginia-based full-time employees of Virginia Interactive. They're on call to handle any issues and disputes you might have with payment. So I hope in a general way that answers your question, but I'm happy to go into deep detail.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
So your employees are not outsourced; they are local, but they're in Virginia. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And we're based in Richmond, downtown on Broad Street, if y'all are familiar. Yes, all of our employees are locally based in Richmond.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Shoemaker.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear about what the fee was. It's 1.5% plus $1.
On average. So it can vary between 1.4 and 1.7 for Elevon's fees, and that is solely dependent upon just the level of variability that happens with most kind of transaction fees year to year. It can that's why it was 2.9 to 3.1. This one actually, to my knowledge, keeps it more stable. So that 1.5, I just included that range because that's what historically was given to me from I can't remember who at the Virginia Treasury Department, but that's the range they gave me. But 1.5 is a good rule of thumb, and that's the one that I would probably expect.
Okay. Because I kind of ran my own little scenario at 1.5 plus the 1, because I wanted to figure out where we were now and what we would be if we did it. And there's only 17 cents difference between the current and the new. If you only have a 1,000 usage on a utility bill, on the 4,000 it's 82 cents less. 7,000 usage is $1.07 less. A $250 personal property would be $2.75 less. And on a $2,000 property tax bill, it would go from 60 to 31.
I'd have to see your numbers. I'm not sure where you're getting what you're looking at.
Because I calculated them with my calculator.
Yeah, you just multiplied a bill.
I just multiplied a fake bill, a representative bill that somebody might pay, and I wanted to figure out. And so,
but you've shown ranges of savings as low as, right?
What I'm saying is I did 3 utility bill usage rates because people use different amounts. And then I did a personal property, what might be a personal property and then a property tax to kind of figure out. I'm not opposed to a better interactive system that works better and more people use it. I'm not opposed to that. I don't know. I think the reason why they don't use it is they don't want to pay a fee and they can just pay by a check for free.
Well, that will always be one. I mean, you're never going to get 100%. There's always going to be some segment. It's just providing the overall value. So I'll look at some of those. I do feel confident that the $1 to $5 average savings is accurate. And I would also say that along with the actual user interface, the customer experience thing, it's just, there's a lot more than just saving on a transaction fee that incentivizes most people. Because some people like to actually pay with their card. They might have a point structure. They get whatever, $1, 1.5 points and stuff. So they just use it because they like to have a good experience where they can embed their card and just plug away and get points. So you have to guide a little bit for something for everybody.
Right. No, I understand that. I just was running different scenarios to get a grip of, what it would mean for different users, different things like that. So, I mean, if it doesn't cost us anything and the fee is less, obviously it's a yes. I mean, it wouldn't be a no. And, if more people pay online because it's easier to manage, then, that's great for them. I mean, I'm not opposed to it, and I enjoy going in to see Patty and her staff because they do such a great job and they're always so friendly. So I like to go in person so that I get that customer service experience because I don't mind waiting in line for great service. So as long as she's on board with it and the reporting side of it is easier, then, are you okay with the reporting side? I mean, in terms of what you need internally for your...
What is the good thing about it, and I'm very thankful for Chris and all his hard work, is you have a lot of customers that just want to put in that credit card number and we just automatically take it every month. They don't want to fool with having to log in. To me, it's going to cut down on disconnects because if you only heard how many people say, this is the one bill that I can't just have it automatically withdrawn and I forget about it. It's going to cut back on that. The customer's going to save money in the long run.
Are you going to, so you're saying you're going to have the ability to do what I call automatic billing? Like on the X day of the month, we're going to take whatever your balance is and charge your credit card or your debit card or an electronic check, basically.
Well, it's like scheduling a bill through your bank, so you can actually set up and establish it to automatically just on the 21st of every month, it's going to charge this bill to my card, like any other bill that you have.
So we're going to have that capability. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, it's called embedded payment. It's kind of like the actual term.
But it's just an automatic payment on a certain day.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Going back to the question about the fee percentage, you quoted 1.4 to 1.7. Does that mean we do not yet know what our percentage will be?
That's just a range. Yeah, that is a range provided by Elevon. So this year it could actually go up, go down. That is on the provider of which we and not even Virginia Interactive has any really control over. That is another company that actually processes all. They're like Visa and MasterCard.
Yeah. So it will fluctuate even as people are using it through time. It will fluctuate through time?
It could, yeah. It has already, and it is right now.
Okay.
Any other transaction that we've all used for our cards at any given time, those fees fluctuate constantly.
I understand. I just want to make sure I understood. It's not fixed. Okay.
But the actual amount that impacts that overall fee is going to be very nominal, almost unnoticeable. I would probably say just based off of the size of the transactions on what we're talking about here for utilities and personal property, cents would be the minimal.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mensing?
No, my questions were answered. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to also point out, too, that paying this fee with it being reduced will be less than paying the late fee, which is 10%.
It is.
So.
Staff recommendation is that the governing body authorize the city manager to enter into... Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, not really a question. I guess it's maybe like a comment. Is there a capability, or with this company, I don't know if the gentleman is still on, to have kiosks put in place in City Hall? Because you know how everything's going to be moving, I'm sure, contactless and less interaction with individuals. I think pursuing something like a kiosk where you can make a payment might be easy on the department as well. Do they have the capability?
Oh, we lost him.
I see.
Matt, you're still online? If you want to address that directly.
Yeah, sorry. I had a Bluetooth glitch there for a second. Yes, sir. We do absolutely have that capability, and that is something that Chris and I had discussed, I think, on our last call, which I thought was pretty exciting, just the opportunity to provide, better services in person. So that is part of the statement of work that we have presented to you all. We are providing a certain number of kiosks as part of that, and then there's the potential, if we needed to integrate more as needs arise with whatever plans the city might have in the future.
Do you have a follow-up, Hasib?
So, you're saying that the kiosk is already implemented in this proposal for no charge? Is that?
Yes, sir. That is correct. In the proposal, we are offering an Apple iPad with a secure mobile stand as a kiosk offering, and we can take over-the-counter payments in that fashion. And we can, if we needed to, discuss adding in additional kiosks. It's absolutely a service offering we provide.
And the good part about that is we can actually have our city staff are doing like mobile events, registrations, or in the field during like National Night Out or July 4th or anything, and they're actually collecting payments. They can actually have those kiosks on hand and vice versa. So it gives us a lot more flexibility, not just for treasurer type payments as well. So
that's great. Yeah.
That's page 143 of your report, where it talks about that.
Do you have a follow-up, Hasib?
No follow-up. I just wanted to ask that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Staff recommendation is that the governing body authorize city manager to enter into a contract with Virginia Interactive in regards to the implementation of a new online payment portal at no implementation or service cost to the city, pending final review by city attorney. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much.
and thank you, Matt.
Yeah. The next one is 9E, Community Enterprise Resource Program, ERP software contract. Dudes, you're still up.
And good evening once again.
Okay.
Mayor and governing body. This is another initiative that we've identified in FY21 as solving a critical need for software infrastructure for a city, and we can just kind of quickly go into it. And I have not only myself and Calvin providing kind of our assessment from the city standpoint, but I also have Dylan and Brian from Dude Solutions also on the phone, and they can quickly introduce themselves.
Hey, good evening, everyone. This is Brian. Thank you for having us.
Okay. All right.
Good evening, this is Dylan, and we also have Elaine with us as well.
Okay. Great.
Thank you for being here.
So we can just kind of quickly go into it, but essentially what we're talking about here is our land and asset management system, or lack thereof. What these systems do, you can kind of see the scope of services there, but essentially think of it as like a comprehensive community development department ERP type platform. So you're giving them something that provides a software solution for all of their business and processing, reporting, informational needs, you name it. It is a comprehensive solution. So the reason we're asking for this type of software is because they currently don't have anything. And so that was deemed as not only a critical need by my assessment, obviously Calvin's inputs, but when we actually went back to the client first group, we were asked to partner for us to develop our IT consulting plan over the last, since about March. And we'll be getting that report online here soon. This is also in line with their recommendation as a core missing piece of critical architecture for our city from a software perspective. So the history on it, amongst other things, this was a proposed functional model to be built out by Keystone. It did not work. That was well before my time here with the city, and Calvin can give some background on that as he needs to, but essentially was it just kind of left our personnel scrambling to kind of keep up with their processes, albeit in a very manual process. So a lot of things are currently being tracked. They're all in individual manual Excel spreadsheets. And that's not necessarily the way you want to be processing that level of volume of different types of transactions for those types of needs, and what they're actually supposed to be doing for you. The big thing is just, we're looking at this as an FY21 project, and through the COVID era as a lens of, right now, the front end part is our customers don't have any ability to interact with the city for all of their online permitting needs or inspection needs with the city. Everything is over the counter at our community development department window or down in Public Works, and I don't think there's any other way that it's done right now. Everything's manual. All the online forms are quote unquote online because they're PDF files of which everyone has to download, fill out by hand, and actually come in and submit them or mail them. All payments have to be kind of made directly to the city, kind of cashback, because there is no online portal solution to process those payments. It is a very manual process. So the very bottom part is just, and this is an understatement, we should expect significant gains by onboarding a new modern community development ERP.
There's also no interactive map for residents to kind of say, hey, I have issue X in this area, and then it generates an actual work order for Public Works to address. Instead, it's, hey, let me call the mayor or email a council person so we can get services versus having some kind of interactive map or a work order system that gets information directly to our Public Works.
Think of like an online 311 type system that you see in a lot of other governments that are out there now, so you can actually submit a report, it'll document on the map where it is, capture that information, and create a work order for our field workers to go out and do their work on their end. So general benefits, kind of keeping it at a pretty high level, it's just a newer platform, so you can expect a lot of the added benefits of just interacting with a modern, 21st century of 2020 kind of ilk level product. So you're just going to get a lot of new bells and whistles. You're getting real-time access to your information, so your data is live, and so your reporting is live. You're not dealing with an old spreadsheet that you might not remember if you saved it correctly, and it's living static in time. So the next day, that spreadsheet is no longer relevant, as the next day. So this updates and modernizes our feedback from our reporting tools. With that, you get better data integrity, reliability. You're not questioning it. You understand that it's being source fed from the actual point of sale. For point of sale, I mean by our field records actually out there in the field, documenting the information into what would be a mobile solution for them on a pre-canned fillable workflow that they would then just send submit. And all of a sudden, all of that information gets translated to our kind of central administrative part, where most of that will be kind of amongst the administrators at Calvin's department dealing with just managing those work orders and invoices as they come into creating like a maintenance schedule, and you can talk more about that value on his part when he comes up. The workflow overall, the capabilities is just, right now we don't have it. It's a manual handoff. So, hey, I'm done with my work. Here's my email. Here's my stuff. Here, send it to that person. It's very like the bouncing ball along the line. It's nothing like you're being automatically notified through a systematic tool that's giving you all the information you need to then hand it off to you. So it's just a lot more of a seamless transition, which cuts down a lot of time, and also just the reduced operating costs. When you think about the slight improvement that you're making from not having to deal with just the latency and time lag in certain processes that you're doing. And then we focus on beforehand, but just the online citizen access, plan submissions, everything having a more digital solution to it is just better for us to operate as a city. The GIS integration, as Laszlo mentioned, you'll have that kind of reporting tool, but that's also going to be part of the planning and zoning kind of mapping tool. So think of it like we'll have an Esri product fed through their community development tool to provide us that really highly detailed mapping with all the associated layers and stuff that show us kind of anything we needed to show us based off of the type of layer you want to see. So you name it, I won't go into all of them, but my guess is if it's community development related, it can be ingested and provided on those maps and tools. Our mobile functionality for field workers, I've just mentioned it, but it just, right now, all of our field workers are having to basically document things, continue on their day to do other things, because they normally, if they're out on a field call, they're doing multiple things at a time, and then they come back in the office. So it might be hours from the first time that they did something to the end of the day, and then have to come back and capture all that data in a computer. Things get missing, just certain things get lost in that just time difference, and you're not capturing that live data. And that means you will have less elevated reporting dashboards, of which they don't really exist. It's just what you can actually physically create in an Excel tool right now is what they have. And then just as far as our overall maintenance scheduling, our inventory and stores management, allow us to be a little bit more proactive because you're understanding when you get that actual maintenance schedule fully built in from being reactive and proactive, you can start then forecasting, oh, these are the types of commodities and materials I'll need for, like think about like your car and you're opening up the dashboard, this is what I need at 10,000 miles, at 15, 20,000 miles, kind of like that. So their lane and asset management tools are kind of broken up into two systems, but they're very much one piece of architecture. So SmartGov is what you can think of as that land management tools. That's a lot of like the community development, planning, zoning, building inspections, code enforcement, you name it. All the items up there highlighted red are ones that we really see value as far as like utilizing CARES Act funding for to be able to facilitate the implementation of the software. Asset essentials, think of it as more of your pipes and your architecture, all that kind of under the ground stuff that allows you to be a little bit more understanding of where your equipment is and how you can better provide preventative maintenance to it in a more, I would say, comprehensive solution. So from generation of work order all the way through to actually paying on your invoices. Cost to implement. So this is one that we worked through them and we wanted to understand kind of what their fee structure looks like. So they break up their tools into two, but it's a part of one contract. So everything that you're seeing itemized out is just part of a year one kind of implementation and service costs at the same time. And then year two is kind of the lead behind. So year one, if you're looking at it, I don't know if there was any kind of, there we go, some more understanding of how we're splitting that up, but this is kind of how we're planning to offset the brunt of that implementation cost. And then we can show how we're managing out later on. We're showing that actual year two cost as something that with all of our equipment, in this case, this is a piece of equipment, it's going to be split between the general fund, water, sewer, and stormwater fund because it's something that actually services those three funds. So it helps kind of lean out the burden solely being on the general fund for that year-over-year maintenance cost. Here you can see that as well. So when you're looking at the actual impact on each fund, that's that lead behind, which is that year two and beyond cost. That's what that will look like. I factored in roughly, usually about a 1.5% annual increase is kind of sort of rule of thumb. Those aren't hard numbers, but that just gives you kind of like a 7 years from now, what would that manual, that lead behind maintenance service cost look like? That's just gives you a general understanding of it. So it's not something that's forecast to increase massively over the next 7 years. I believe that's it. For any questions here, of which if it's something to do for functionality, Calvin's probably the one that can address that really well.
This was an excellent presentation. Thank you. I can see there's a lot of work went into this. So thank you very much. Let's start with our folks at home. Councilmember Javed, questions, comments?
No questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Machado?
This is a great initiative also for tracking, reporting of inventory of assets. Is there any integrations with Keystone?
I believe it was the one question, integrations with Keystone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the integrations with Keystone is not necessarily something that's going to be impacting the financials. It's more of impact, like actual like general ledger type stuff. We would still just migrate that information by creating like a download from one and then populating our GLs from another. The one integration that could be helpful is when we're actually, we would be putting the payment portal that we just talked about, Virginia Interactive, that would be processing those fees that are associated with our building permit and inspection fees, which would then be kind of filtered down through into Keystone. So that would be the one that I can see right up front. As far as the two systems kind of being all together, they're kind of separate for a purpose. They would be one kind of living independent of each other. So there isn't really a really hard integration piece in here. It would mostly just be transfer of information from one to another rather than having them talk to each other, if that makes sense.
It does help out also with just tracking. So we don't use Keystone right now for budgeting. We hope to come up with a different solution for that. But this will help Calvin and his department better track kind of all the work they're doing, equipment, all those things to help them as they craft their budget, to have more information to help craft a more informed budget. So hopefully eventually this could integrate into a future kind of budget software as well.
And that's where I would see the most value, because we don't use Keystone for our budget build out and everything like that.
I still use Excel.
Yeah.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, I just want to say that it is much needed.
Thank you. Councilmember Sendejas?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Banks?
Yeah, so this is an ERP system, right?
You can think of it like that, yes, for community development.
Got it.
And more of a work order operational ERP versus kind of the standard kind of financial.
Yeah. Those types of things, no.
Follow up?
The city staff doing a demonstration of the system?
Yes, and Calvin, if you want to provide your...
Yeah, I'll try not to say too much. Don't want to give the guys on the phone a big head. It's a really, it's a fairly excellent tool. It's really two parts. You got the community development side, the smart gov side. It's a full-on permitting system, relational permitting where you have many permits potentially to a property, many inspections to a permit. There's a code enforcement aspect to it, building inspections aspect to it, zoning permit aspect to it. It's an all-in-one community development tool, and it really is a tool that was built specialized for community development. Then the other side, the asset essentials side, is a complete asset management tool, just like a work order system, the clunky one we use now. This is a very efficient and very effective asset management system where both sides of this tool, SmartGov and Asset Essentials, completely mobile platform capable. So I always say, I don't have a whole lot, especially on the public works side, I don't have a lot of guys that ever sit down in front of computers. That means that a few people have to take the work of many and translate any paperwork into actual Excel spreadsheets or actual workable data. What winds up happening is guys go out and execute work orders, and sometime within the next 2 weeks, somebody actually makes it to sit down at the desk and input work order results into a system. That's not efficient data. People get in a hurry and they don't capture as many details as they should. When you're on a truly mobile platform, that work order is living in the field with the worker that's doing the work. They've got as many check boxes, as many description fields, and it also has a GPS tool in it. So if I go out and I'm looking for a lost manhole that was somewhere back in these woods by our old sewer map, and then I finally stumble across it, I can simply hit a button, and now I have a Latin lawn of my lost manhole in the woods. It's a truly fascinating system. I tell everybody, I know everybody on my staff can use a cell phone, but, software skills, maybe not so much. This gives everybody a platform that they're used to using, that they get excited about using, to be able to capture data that we can use. I can't say enough either about the current situation, especially on the community development side. We have remained open. We've tried to be careful. Every other jurisdiction in the area is switching to some type of virtual inspection process, and they're not even thinking about really opening up their office doors. Why? Because we're a very exchange of paper documentation type business. We're a very face-to-face type business. This gives a tool where less documentation will need to physically come in. It gives a customer an application portal that they can access online, download documentation to us. We can review it through the computer screen. We never actually have to have them come into the office, come into City Hall, become a part of the potential risk. This is, this is something that's other jurisdictions have had. This would be a leap forward and a safety measure for our staff, just to have the ability to do a lot of permits completely online. Never have anybody come into the office. Simply fill out your application online. We'll process your documentation from behind the desk. You'll get a notification when your permit's approved and you can make payment. And they won't have to come into City Hall to make payment. They won't have to come in to see us. A lot of the documentation we don't need wet seal engineers' plans for probably less, that's on less than 5% of the jobs we do. So that's, I like this tool a lot. I've seen a few demonstrations at this point. It's really neat stuff. I'm excited. I know there's going to be a hard, difficult implementation period. There is with every type of new ERP type system. There's going to be a lot of bugs and hiccups, but this is a well-developed, it's already there. I've seen things try to onboard here that weren't quite there, and we were like, they're guinea pig. We're not these guys guinea pigs. They've done this before. So I feel really good about telling you that I think this is an essential tool for our department. If I didn't, I wouldn't have got excited about it, but it's really neat.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Do you have a follow-up, Preston?
Yeah. So it sounds like, will this system be able to create forms online so that our vendors and technicians and builders and engineers can submit orders for permits and inspections?
Correct, and it timestamps it as who was last to kind of interact with it, so it automatically shuttles the document back and forth between kind of whose ball is in the court for that part of the process. So it allows the customer to go in and essentially log in, see any kind of open applications that they might have, understand where it is currently in the process, and then be able to follow up because they're getting, email notified because that's part of the, application process of providing that information. So they know when it's kind of ready for them, or they can go in and query of where it is in the city side of where they're currently the ones interacting with it. But that transparency and feedback loop is dramatically open and dramatically, tightened. So I've seen the actual processes in Calvin as well, and it's solid.
Okay. And also, I was looking at Calvin's description of the system, and you mentioned being out in the field. It sounds like a cloud-based system. Is it cloud-based? So that you can access it to your phone or your mobile app?
Chris, this is not a desktop license-based software, so it's completely URL-based, so it's software as a service. So we can log in from this anywhere that we have Wi-Fi.
Okay. And does the system contain alerts?
In what respect?
So you can create an alert just in case, say, for instance, if someone hasn't submitted an application on time by a certain date, you get an alert that this is late. Or say your inventory is low, you get an alert that the inventory is low.
If Brian or Dylan, just want to make sure that that's answered accurately. So as far as like instantaneous notification based off of like date and time, kind of like something's pending or something's gone past due.
Yeah, I can take that, Dylan. Thanks for the question. Yeah, you'll have notifications in there, whether it's email notifications or in-app notifications. So to those examples you just put up, and there's a variety of others as well. And a lot is, a new inspection gets scheduled and the inspector's actually out in the field. They can get notified out in the field versus right now they might have to call their cell phone or come back in the office or whatever. So yeah, there's absolutely notifications in real time. Okay. Thanks. And my final question is about maintenance. In terms of maintenance and preventive maintenance, is there a schedule that the system gets maintenance updates?
Yeah, it's actually one of the, it's beyond the scheduling tool. And, you can implement any type of schedule you want or any type of equipment you want, and, equipment inside the building, outside the building, even for your manholes, your fire hydrants, you can set regular inspection schedules for any piece of equipment. And it's, you can set up alerts like they were saying. I'm assuming that anything that you could query within the system and search for a range, you could set up an alert probably to send out. It's a very adaptable system. So that's why, implementation is essentially going to become what my staff puts into it as far as like how many bells and whistles we can get to pop off right away. But, it's very adaptable. And I've seen I can see from, I don't want to use the term scalable, it's just, it can be whatever we need it to be as we evolve with the software. I don't see very many limitations in the format. How much I don't think there's really a set, and we all do things differently as jurisdictions. So I think they're waiting to hear from us and see how we do business and what our immediate needs are during the implementation phase, so that we can set up our workflow in our way and the alerts we need and to match the way we do things. But as far as asset management, fairly typical. I set a life cycle for a piece of equipment. I attach work orders to that piece of equipment. I set a maintenance schedule for that piece of equipment, and all along the way, I'm tracking how much money I spent on that piece of equipment. It's monitoring the life cycle of the equipment, telling me when I have maintenance issues, when I have regularly scheduled maintenance on it, and then I can look at a nice graphic that tells me how many years I got out of this piece of equipment, how much I spent on it, and it's really, the asset management section of it is the most thorough tool I've seen. I don't think we've, as public works, shopped out for one of these robust asset management tools, but Asset Essentials is a robust tool.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it, Preston, or do you have a follow-up?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mensing?
No questions.
Councilmember Shoemaker?
My only question is have we kind of maxed out with Keystone? I mean, in the sense that we're getting this, so
I don't think any ERP that we would go to would be able to resolve kind of the full community development spectrum. So from a work order standpoint, if you look at our police, our fire, our parks and rec, and even to a certain extent DSS with their state software tools, they have mechanisms for kind of pulling data about their operations and their performance. This is the one department that doesn't, and it's the most complex department out of any in the city. So this is one that's sorely needed. Every other department kind of has something like this. This doesn't, and all of those are not ERP that are used by. So it's Rec 1 for Parks and Rec. For police, you have your dispatching tools, and for fire department as well, and then for social services, kind of their internal state tools as well. So this is something that's missing for the department. And not just that, when we looked at different vendors and we saw the demonstrations, this was the only one that kind of matched the structure for how we've structured Calvin's department, where you have community development, kind of the development services, plus public works, plus utilities, all of those in one department. This is the only kind of tool that kind of linked all of those in one. So you're never going to get a full ERP platform that will be able to do all of those things. We're really going to look at in the future for ERP to really satisfy our financial requirements and to be able to talk as seamlessly as possible to these other work order systems as well.
Okay, thank you.
And just the level of tech between Keystone and this is there is no comparison. There is a dramatic difference. And also it was one that was actually still baked into our annual service contract, and I already got rid of it just so that we're no longer paying for that module. So it's just gone.
On the Keystone side?
Yeah, it may never come back. Just gonna keep it.
Okay. Follow up? You're good. Okay. Staff recommendation is that the governing body authorize the city manager to negotiate an agreement with Dude Solutions LLC in regards to the implementation of a Community Development Department Enterprise Resource Program software platform at an implementation cost not to exceed $62,410.66 and return the final agreement for governing body approval.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you to the Dude Solutions team. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for calling in.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.
Moving on to 9F, Community Development Concrete Contract with M&F.
Okay, so this item is fairly straightforward. M&F Concrete, we've used them in the past. They are under an agreement with Fishbane County that was competitively bid. There's a rider clause in their agreement. We would like to establish a contract with them. So the recommendation before you is that the governing body Sorry, I didn't bring paperwork today.
Okay. Well, that's okay, Calvin, because we can read it.
Okay.
So this is just simply the agreement that will enable us to vote on 9G.
Right.
Okay.
The next agenda item, if you so choose to allow us to enter into this agreement, will be for a task under that agreement.
Okay, okay. Folks at home, Councilmember Javed? Questions?
Sorry, no questions.
Okay. Vice Mayor Banks?
No questions.
Councilmember Machado?
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Sendejas?
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Mensing?
No questions.
Councilmember Shoemaker?
My only question was, I saw that it ends on April 30th, 2021. Is that because that the agreement with Prince William ends on that day?
Yeah, that's the expiration of the Prince William agreement. So at that point in time, we would have to either solicit our own, it'd go out for RFP, or if they reinstate the agreement with Prince William, then we could continue it on.
Okay. So anything we do under this agreement, we have to do by April at the cost structure and everything.
We've been executing a lot of our own concrete lately. We sort of committed to that when we got rid of the loan. And I'm glad to see we actually doing more concrete work. This particular, the next agenda item is just a little beyond. We need precision in that work. So.
Thank you, by the way, for doing the repair work on Lori.
Yeah, that was our guys.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for doing that. That was a citizen complaint that got brought forward, and I forwarded to you. So I just want to say thank you.
Staff recommendation is that the governing body approve the agreement with M&F Concrete, Inc., pending final review by the city attorney, and authorizes the mayor to sign the agreement.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. And moving on to 9G, which is Concrete Valley Gutter at East Carondelet and Matthew.
So under that agreement that just got approved, a task under that, we had resurfaced a section of Matthew Drive in front of the lake last year. There was a severe amount of, I don't even know what you call it. It wasn't just alligatoring, but the concrete was actually popping up on one side of the intersection there. And you could clearly see where there had been utility cuts before. Well, apparently at some point in time, there was a utility repair made there, and probably a valley gutter was removed, because when we resurfaced last year, all of a sudden the drainage changed throughout the intersection and there was ponding where there wasn't previously ponding. So this, rather than install a new catch basin, try to tie in with storm pipe, which would be very disruptive, open up large sections of earth and probably even require additional stormwater right away. A valley gutter is something that was implemented on the other side of the intersection. Concrete valley gutter likely existed on this side of the intersection at one time. We just want M&F to come out and reinstall a valley gutter that can successfully convey water from one side of the intersection to the other. That's currently ponding, could lead to ice issues in the winter. Definitely lead to an accelerated deterioration of the pavement if we don't fix this. The total amount with the contingency is $22,956.78. It includes the valley gutter, some ADA ramps, and some sidewalk repairs as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Calvin. Okay, Councilmember Sendejas, comments or questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Banks?
No questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Machado?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Javed?
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shoemaker?
I just want to confirm this is out of MVTA 30%.
So everything in that additional streets projects line item is scheduled to come out of MBTA 30%.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm. All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Mensing?
No questions.
Okay, staff recommendation is that the governing body approve task order number 1 to M&F Concrete in the amount of $20,869.80, along with a contingency of $2,086.98 for a total amount not to exceed $22,956.78, and to direct the city manager to sign task order number 1, subject to final review by city attorney.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you very much, Calvin. Much appreciated. Okay, moving on to 9H, which is COVID-19 line management and cleaning operations.
Good evening again. This is a relatively simple agenda item. So as a reminder, we're receiving an additional $1.5 million in CARES Act money to assist us with our COVID-19 related operations. A critical component of our COVID-19 operations is keeping our residents, our customers to our facilities and our employees safe through an aggressive cleaning program. We were relying on Parks and Rec staff for a lot of that support. Since we reopened the community center, we can no longer do that. So we would like to be able to utilize some of that $1.5 million to provide some extra cleaning contract support through December time period where we have the COVID-19 funds, again, to keep everything clean as possible and help mitigate spread to customers and to our employees. Likewise, with personal property tax season coming and the presidential elections, we're going to be getting in with the 45-day early voting. We don't know. We may be getting a lot more people coming to City Hall. Per Chris's earlier report, we're still getting people not using online services. Now they're mailing stuff more, of course, so we don't know if we're going to get that rush of people. But again, when our community center was closed, we were using Parks and Rec staff to facilitate social distancing, line management for City Hall. We really need to get back to that, but we don't have the services of our Parks and Rec staff. So I'm again requesting support to be able to hire additional part-time support from the Parks and Rec staff to shift them here to City Hall, still be supervised by Amelia and Keith, who've been running the program, but to utilize those part-time staff to help us with our line control in case we get a lot of customers coming, making sure everyone is spaced out, wearing the masks, and we keep our customers and employees safe. So the total for these is to utilize $42,000, not to exceed $42,000 out of the $1.5 million for cleaning and for social distancing support at City Hall.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Javed, comments, questions?
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Machado?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sendejas?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Banks?
No questions, but I have a comment. I voted in the primary a few months ago, and the assistance was, I saw it in practice. It works well. You know, taking each voter one by one and making sure they're properly distanced and where to go in line. It's a great help because there's a lot of confusion because you're so used to just going in and voting. So I would definitely support this.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councilmember Mensing?
No questions.
Councilmember Shoemaker?
I just had one question was, do we have people on staff that, particularly at Parks and Rec, a lot of our part-time staff, that we could give more hours to and pay them out of this pot of money?
Yeah, that's something I'll work out with Jay. If we do have employees who are interested, we can certainly utilize them. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, because there may be somebody that maybe only works 20 hours a week, and maybe they could work a full 8-hour day here or 2 4-hour days, and just for more income. But they're already familiar with the city and committed to us.
Right. And that's why I want to use Parks and Rec, our facility, to go ahead and hire that part-time staff because that's what they do. They manage the largest part-time workforce throughout the entire city, so they're very good at hiring part-time staff and managing them, and also knowing what the requirements are. And to your point, if they want additional hours, we can figure that out as well. and keep those hours properly staffed, balancing Jay's requirement at the community center and what we would need over here.
Right.
Okay. Follow up, or you're done?
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
That's probably all.
Did I add? Okay. Yeah, I couldn't. There are two motions, two staff recommended motions here. The first one is that the governing body authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a month-to-month cleaning contract at a not to exceed $5,000 per month utilizing CARES Act funding through December 30th, 2020, pending final review by city attorney.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Our second motion is that the governing body authorize the city manager to recruit and hire part-time employees to manage social distancing line control at City Hall at not to exceed $5,000 per month, utilizing CARES Act funds through December 30th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving on to 9I, police retention strategy.
Chief, are we on?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Welcome, Chief.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present this retention strategy. In the past several years, the police department continues to face challenges in the retention of experienced officers as well as the recruitment of new qualified officers in the department. In addition, in the past several years, the police department has experienced the worst attrition rate of approximately 60-70% of their staff. 17 officers, 10 emergency communication specialists, and administrative services personnel. One of the primary contributing factors for the high turnover rate is due to the lack of competitive salaries and benefits compared to the area. Currently, our staff salaries range anywhere from 5 to 32% under the area average based on years of service and time and grade. The police department currently is authorized 34 police officers, 7 full-time and 1 part-time emergency communication specialist, and 2 administrative personnel. However, currently we have 4 officer vacancies, 2 emergency communication specialist vacancies, and 1 position that's disposal, which is the animal control. The agency continues to struggle to maintain a staffing level due to the high attrition rate and the lack of funding. This has resulted in an operational impact as our officers struggle to take on additional duties and the high number of vacancies we have. The recommendation that we're presenting tonight is to allow the police department to freeze 2 positions and utilize those funds to implement a salary increase for all current staff. This request will not require any additional funds to be added to the approved FY21 budget. In addition, these adjustments will allow the police department to bring our staff pay closer to the area average, retain our veteran officers, and a positive step towards addressing the high turnover rate. This proposal carries minimal risk to the safety and our services to our community. The department has struggled to get to full staffing anyway. This will simply help us retain our existing officers and avoid the problems associated with losing officers and train onboard new officers. As our financial position improves with the downtown development and the depth declines, the 2 positions can be unfolded according to the city manager.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I'm sorry, were you not done? My apologies.
No, I'll take any questions now.
Okay. Let's start with the folks at home. Vice Mayor Banks?
No questions, just a comment, well needed.
Councilmember Sendejas.
No comment. I think this is really important to retain our officers. It's really valuable to have officers that know the community and also able to build trust with the residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Machado?
Yes, a comment. Chief Lugo, this is a great initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Javed?
Yeah, I have, I guess, a couple questions. I mean, will this put the department staffing levels below, what's needed to do their jobs?
So, Chief, I can answer that. Let me start first, Chief, and then I'll turn it over to you. So just like our fire department before, where we did the analysis of budgeted FTEs versus actual, like who we're able to keep, so like what the average actual person or number of people we have on staff, it's the same thing with the police department, to Chief Lugo's earlier point. Even though we have budgeted for X amount of FTEs, we're never able to keep that many people on staff. So there's going to be kind of the same operational standpoint, but it should actually be improved, because now if we're retaining more people, then we're not having newer and newer officers each time. And Chief Lugo, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, pretty much the same, sir. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Javed, do you have
we talked about this department, I think, is with the highest turnover rate. I mean, if we freeze 2 positions for police officers and then we lose more police officers, I mean, wouldn't we be in a worse scenario than we are now?
I don't believe so, sir, because we're constantly working understaffed and it's getting very competitive out there. And I had a staff meeting with the majority of the police officers, our communication specialists, and they kind of were appreciative that we actually going down this route. And it seemed like everybody was on board to take on additional duties, and it seemed like everybody's going to stay at the agency.
Yeah, that was like my next point was then, like, you know, with officers wearing too many hats or working long hours, I mean, what happens is then the morale is going to come down. Even though they do get pay increases, but you're going to be overworking some of these officers if you have to cover some shifts. Because you have freed 2 officer positions that you could utilize out in the streets or admin, right?
So I mean, that's a good point there, but we've been working anywhere from 4 to 6 officers down. We averaged that already, and I think this will provide us an opportunity to add 2 more officers, because we can bring them in more than the entry level pay also. This will allow us to bring somebody with that certified, maybe with experience, with a few years on, and bring them in at mid-level where they should be.
And as I've engaged with employees, as I've engaged with all the employees as well, being overworked is definitely a concern, but still the number one overall priority is getting pay levels to more competitive levels, because they do love working here. Despite being overworked, they enjoy working in our city. They like our community. But when someone is offering that much more pay, it's when they have to make an economic decision for their family, it makes it a difficult choice. So that still is their number one priority, is getting paid to be more competitive with the region. So you kind of have to balance everything. What you're saying is absolutely true, that, you know, everyone across the city is overworked, but we want to retain our people, and this is the number one tool that we have for retention right now.
So would these pay increases be very competitive with other jurisdictions?
It would get us much closer.
Because then at the end of the day, we don't want to have an understaffed department and then increase the wages, but yeah, we're still losing officers to these other jurisdictions because we're still being, they're still overpaid.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have the same number of staff and the pay. We just don't have the money, so we have to pick among least worse options right now. We have to, we have to decide what the best strategy is going forward and what the priorities are. And again, the pay raise is the priority and the best tool for retention. With the downtown coming, then we'll be able to recoup and recover lost staff. But pay raises are the number one, and there's no perfect option. If we had the $200,000 right now, we could use it for those pay raises plus keeping those 2 employees, but we don't. So we really have to kind of pick and choose kind of what's the best option of the worst options that we have right now, because that's what we have because of our financial position until we can get it turned around with the downtown and the debt drop as well.
Follow-up, Hasib?
Some other questions for now, but I might have one more if you want to go up.
Okay.
The other questions first.
Okay, but that's it for right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have two questions, one for the chief and one for Laszlo. Chief, I just want to confirm for the folks at home that this would not have a negative effect on the number of officers who are out on patrol in the community.
No, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And Laszlo, is anything like this possible for any other department?
We'll have to look at it, but they're already, so fire department already has their base level of staffing. We look, I give the department directors creativity to think what they can do. And there's things that we can do internally that we have been doing the last few years as well. As senior people retire and we're bringing in people, there's always opportunities to adjust salaries. So we've been doing that as best we can without exceeding budget limits. So everything we've been doing is staying within our overall budget. But we'll always take a look at what can be done. And it's just to Hasib's point, everything's a balance. We're so short-staffed that it has to get to this point where we feel like we don't have any other choice anymore. And that's where the police department's at right now, is they don't really have any other choice because we can't afford to keep losing more of our seasoned officers. So we have to do something drastic right now. So we were left with this. So as each department feels like they get to that point, they're going to have to make that decision.
Yeah, 67%, that's astounding.
Is it 2 years? Jeanette, is that 2 years?
Yes, in the past 2 years, yes. Councilmember Mensing?
No questions. I think that this is sorely needed. I'm happy to give them the salary adjustment, and I wish it could be more.
Yeah, absolutely. Councilmember Shoemaker.
So I have a lot of questions, and I already talked to the mayor this afternoon, and she already knows I'm going to ask quite a few questions. The first question is how are the raises going to work? I just see a big number, and I divided by the number of employees that you say you have minus the vacancies, and I came up with an average number. So what are you going to do? Are you going to give a fixed dollar amount? Is it a percentage? What is it?
Yeah, so what we have is in our budget, which is not, we have everyone's salary, their benefits, everything associated with that. And then we have competitive Prince William County, Manassas comparative pay as well. And we have the variances and how far are we back. So we have to analyze those and try to get everyone closer to that variance as well to kind of close that gap. So it's going to be informed based off of how far back are you from the competitive salaries out there, and then also the criticality of the position. So we're going to actually sit down and review every single position and try to get so everyone will be getting a raise, right? It's just how much is the variance for each position, and that's what we have to analyze. So we have HR, myself, and the police working closely to sit down, and the budget team, and look at this and come up with the best way to give raises.
So there will be people that will get uneven percentage raises. Is that correct?
Yeah, because there may be some people who are already at the competitive rate or much closer to it.
Okay.
Or there may be some people who are really, really far back and we need to catch up.
Okay.
So this is driven by market realities of competitive salaries. Because if we just do blanket, hey, let's give everyone a $2,000 to $3,000 salary, that's not really going to intelligently address the competitive balance. You may be inflating some people over the salary requirement, and the others are just not getting enough.
Okay. How long have you? It says Chief Lugo had said you're working 4 to 6 officers down on average underneath the 34. Am I correct? 34 authorized people, right? How long have you been working under by that margin?
Yeah, it's constantly fluctuating based off loss. So, Chief, I don't know if you can give a more educated or more informed answer.
I mean, it's been 2 to 3 years easy that I having the numbers in front of me that we've been working understaffed. I mean, we've hired a few and then we lose a few and then we have some retirements. So, we're constantly, it's an average anywhere from 4 to 6 a year in 3 years.
Okay.
We're constantly losing people, having to recruit, hire. So it's a constant cycle with the police department.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been on for 4 years. We've only given one good raise. One of my issues is I didn't hear this 8 weeks ago when we approved the budget. and this is very frustrating, you know, I got told, because I'm the raise guy, I mean, I'm the one that constantly brings it up because it's the number one issue. You say it, I say it, everybody says it. And I hear there's no money. There's no money for raises, and we gave no raise to any city employee. We gave the very small bonus to equal out the health insurance. It was like $150 an employee. I didn't hear this, and I didn't see this proposal during the budget season. So if you've been working understaffed for 2 to 3 years, you know, where are you at? Like, why haven't we, why wasn't this considered during the budget season? Yeah. Because, there is a gross inequity problem. Because, police, it's going to be great. I'm not opposed to giving people raises. My issue is that no other department got a raise this year. And they're going to look at this and say, wow, the city can move money around in that department, but another department that is fully staffed, where there is no wage shrink, we don't have the option to do that because, well, our people stayed and now there's nobody's empty position so that we can take money from that position and give it to everybody else. You know, I'm not opposed to giving police officers a raise. I've been fighting for it every year, along with every other city employee. And my biggest concern with this proposal is that it leaves out the other 110 city employees that we ask to do the hard work of their departments, 24-hour on-call, water and sewer, just to fix that sinkhole last week. You know, we've got people in this city and other departments in the treasurer's office who have been here 10 years who don't make $40,000.
Yeah.
So my point being is that we have people in almost every department who make 30-something thousand who didn't get a raise this year. And then they're going to turn around and look at this and say, because I just ran the numbers, the average, which you said could be all over, but divided by the number of full-time employees that are currently in the police department, the average is 5,700 and some. You know, if somebody gets a $6,000 raise, and another department looks at that and says, "Well, we didn't get a raise." Yeah. You know, there is a very gross inequity problem by scheduling raises by crisis. Because we did it last year in Parks and Rec when we had to close the pool because we didn't have lifeguards because we didn't pay enough. So it's like it has to get to a crisis for us to address this issue. That is a very poor way to manage this city. And every year I bring it up, and in 3 of the 4 years I get told there's no money. And 8 weeks later, there's a big pot of money.
There is no money.
Okay, I object to your saying that is a poor way to manage the city. That is a reflection on staff, on management staff, and I don't think that's fair. Managing the city sometimes depends on situational opportunity, and I think that's what's coming into play here. It's situational. There's an opportunity. I don't know what to say, Donald. I wish everybody could have a raise, but look at 67%.
Okay.
I mean, at some point, that is going to affect operations, and it's going to affect services. What if that were to go up to 80%? What would happen then?
I agree with you.
We could have the best streets in the world, but nobody's going to want to live here unless we're a safe community. We could have the best schools in the world, but nobody's going to want to live here unless we have a safe community. You know.
Can I address this as well? So I think I have been discussing this issue, and I've tried to do it in a very professional way as well. Presenting to you all the poll results for our employees, engaging with our employees, constantly raising this issue. I think every department director, when they do their budget presentation, always highlights this issue. So this isn't something that we've ignored. If we had more money, of course we would be doing this, and this is why we pushed the aggressive downtown and got beat up from a lot of people trying to push that strategy, because I want to actually resolve this issue. I actually want to create real money, not fake money that doesn't exist, real money to actually provide our employees some serious pay raises. For this specific situation, we had lost 2 senior officers within the last 2 months, which is why this wasn't proposed before. That gave us the funding then to reallocate. And you got to listen to Hasib's point earlier, because he's absolutely right. This comes with risk, right? And if you're to take this money and allocate it across all departments, you're going to lose all your officers. You're not going to accomplish anything, because you're not actually increasing, you're not keeping in the police departments. You're not actually able to adjust the salaries of the police officers enough to actually do the retention. So if we take that $200,000 from those 2 senior officers that we lost and apply it equally across every department, we're going to lose our police and be understaffed and have this same issue. So this is a very unique problem, right, for the police department, because when you look at the gaps from a competitive standpoint, when I presented that table to you in the budget, they are the furthest behind from every other department. So this isn't just something we're coming up with without thinking this through. They are the furthest behind. So even when we pursue our pay raise strategy, it has to be market oriented. We have to think about what's the best way to actually retain our employees, and that is to bring them up to the regional averages, which means the police department, who's the furthest back from the regional average, is going to get more of that money. That's the way you retain employees, is we have to keep them market competitive with the other salaries. But this is something that we have been constantly, and I've engaged with every single department director on this, have heard their multiple proposals for how to do this. And I wish it wasn't penny pinching or forcing us to reduce staffing levels to do this, but that's where we are financially. So we have to try to, remember, we're still in survival mode. I pushed this, when I started 3 years ago, we were going to be in survival mode till FY23, which means unfortunately we're very reactive, because to be proactive requires enough funding source that you can tap into to be proactive. At this point, unfortunately, we have to be reactive, which means when opportunities arise, we have to jump on those. And with the loss of those 2 senior officers, we had an opportunity come. And if we spread that money across, which I would love to do, I wish we could get that more money and spread it across every department. But if we do that with this $200,000, we're going to destroy our police department, because you're just not going to be able to keep enough employees. Now you're taking away funding from the police department, applying it all over the city, and you're not resolving the issue at the police department. We're not increasing the budget. So when we say let's do pay raises for everyone, right, that there are no pay raises this year, that involves coming up with a funding source to pay for that. This is keeping the salary GL line item of the police department exactly the same. So we're not coming up with a new funding source. We're reducing staffing levels. So it's not a budget impact, because we can't afford budget impact. So that's the difference between this.
And like I said, it's the opportunity presented itself.
I feel like we could get the secondary damage would be people in other departments looking at what we're doing. I'm going to vote for this because we have to. But,
and I echo your concerns. And again, my point to Steve, I wish I had the $200,000 right now, plus get to keep staffing level or distribute across to all.
My other concern is, as you heard, he just said it again, the frozen animal warden.
Yeah.
That's from 12 years ago. I mean,
but how do we resolve these things?
I mean, it's not coming back. I mean,
why isn't it coming back? I think
what I'm saying is it's not coming back, and the risk is that they're not going to get these 2 positions back.
But it's not coming back right now. With the downtown, now the opportunity comes, right? With the debt decreasing in FY23 plus the downtown, now the opportunity comes to do those things, which is why we were pushing the downtown very heavily, because we needed a solution. We need to come up with money somehow. We can't just say, okay, because where would we get the money right now? Who are we going to take the money from to come up with these solutions? We kept cutting capital. We kept freezing capital. We kept pushing capital projects back to keep our position the way it is and to move away from a negative position, which is where we were when we started reforming the city, to now a positive position. We had to take these drastic actions. We've been keeping budgets flat. We've been deferring capital like crazy. We're in survival mode. That's why I kept stressing at the retreat. This is survival mode until FY23, because that's the financial reality. And I wish it wasn't. I wish we could speed up the progress of the downtown. And we did with our debt. We did a lot of refunding, and that was great to help us.
$2.2 million in 3 years.
Correct. And that is a great cushion for us right now with COVID-19 and with the collapse of the revenue. right? And so that was very smart for us to do that. And that all that means is once we get over this recession, now we have some options to start speeding things up a little bit sooner now that we know the downtown is coming and we refinance our debt. If the world normalizes here over the next year, let's cross our fingers that it does, we have some options now because of that debt refunding and because of the forecast for future revenues from the downtown. We can now be a little bit more aggressive, potentially even earlier than FY23. But again, we need to think about solutions for how to create real money to actually do these things. And that's why we were pushing the downtown.
And the downtown has the potential to do that. And that's why those of us who voted for the downtown, that's what was on our mind. Staff was on our mind, the city.
Why not wait till the downtown, we get revenue and then do the pay increases?
Because we're very concerned about losing more and more senior officers. That's why. We're very, very concerned about that.
Hasib, it is 67% now.
Mayor, I have a comment.
Yeah, let me finish my comment to Hasib first. It's 67%, Hasib, right now. What if that were to go up to 80%? That's a huge concern. That's going to have a huge operational impact. Anyway, I just wanted to respond to your comment, Councilmember Javed. Councilmember Machado, you have a comment?
Yes, you are absolutely right, Madam Mayor. This salary increase issue that we are not able to accomplish now, when we voted in favor of the downtown development, we have that in mind. That is why I voted for that, we voted for that. Council Member Shoemaker, you didn't vote in favor of that. You are voting for the status quo, and that is not going to favor any salary increase.
Okay.
To any employee. So we have this opportunity for the police department, and we should pursue it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Javed, do you have any more comments or questions?
Yeah, I mean, the other question was, I guess, Shoemaker brought up a good point when he's talking about the budgeting. How does it align with the flat budget that I believe we're not going to do any pay increases at all?
You're correct. The line item that funds this doesn't go up. So the total police budget doesn't go up at all because it's the difference. If you look at our actuals for our police department and actually most of our departments, unfortunately, for the salary line items, we always come under. Right, especially for police and fire, we come under our regular salary line items and we go over overtime, and that's because of loss of employees. Right, so there's a huge difference between budgeted number of employees and actuals that we keep during the year. Right, so essentially think of it as taking that amount that we're always under the salary line item budget and reinvesting that into the department to keep retention. So we'll actually be closer to reaching the actual budgeted amount for salary items. But again, we're not increasing. This has $0 financial impact. It's a $0 increase in spending.
All right, well, thanks for clarifying that. And then my other question, I guess, to Chief Lugo is, on average, how many hours do these officers are working, like say, per day?
Well, our patrol officers work a 12-hour shift. So they work 2 on, 2 off, 3 on, 2 off, and then every other weekend they'll have the 3 off, which is a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Most of my command staff and investigations work a Monday through Friday schedule, same as the school resource officer.
So these hours would need to be extended if we don't have if other 2 frozen positions are frozen?
No, sir. Because right now we would still be with minimal staffing that we would need for the street to cover it safely.
Right.
Do you have a follow-up, Hasib?
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around because I don't want especially a police department, to be understaffed and compromise their position just for these pay increases. And I mean, I know we have the downtown come in and maybe be a little more patient, and maybe we can provide a proper pay raise and have adequate staffing levels. But I just don't see how we should jeopardize the department with reducing the staffing levels just so we can have a pay increase. And then once we do, it's for retention, not for recruiting, right? So if your position is frozen, we can't recruit more officers, right? So I'm just trying to find out the logic behind.
Yeah. So we should be able to recruit officers a lot easier if we do lose them, because now the positions have more competitive pay as well. And the goal is to reduce the percentage turnover, right, to get closer to the budgeted actual number of staffing. So again, if we felt this was going to have operational impacts, we wouldn't be pursuing it, but we think the current situation actually has the operational risk presented because you'll keep losing people and experienced officers, and that right there creates a risk for the city. It's hard to replace people who know things so well in the community and have those connections. It's hard to lose those people, and you just don't make that up. So we're trying to do our best to improve and maintain our operational capabilities, and we think this is the best option. And again, there are no perfect options right now because of our financial position. So I completely understand your concerns and Councilman Shoemaker's concerns. And again, we're picking between bad options, but this is the best of those options that we feel that's going to keep operational strength of our department because of the risk and the actual results of losing so many experienced officers over the last few years that just keep hurting us operationally.
I agree with City Manager. I think the greater risk is to not do this, to not do anything, because we could end up with more than 67%. That's a concern.
May I ask that once that you guys have done your review and you've readjusted officers, I'd like to see a report back, even if we have to go into closed session because it is salary related, for individuals. But I'd like to see where we end up. I want to see where we, with investing this money, how we are competitive then. Like, did we make up all the gap? I'd like to see a report done, even if we have to go in a closed session because there's names attached to it.
I can do an open session variance analysis for how much we've closed the gap.
Okay.
Right? I think that would be helpful.
I didn't want to
and
embarrass
transparent.
anybody specific.
Well, I'm not going to show individual salary,
Right.
but what I will show is kind of
positions.
Correct. Really, it's the departmental variance, right? Here was the and I'll try to kind of consolidate, X types of positions, what were the average gaps, and then how much did we close that gap? So I can do that in an open session because that's what I do in the budgeting. I always, by department, I show kind of what the gap is from our regional competitors and how much we have to invest. So again, we need to, it's a couple $1 million across the city to get us to our regional competitors right now.
Right.
So that's a huge gap that we're going to have to make up, that we're going to have to come up with new money to pay for. But so I can do something like that in an open session in a manager report.
Right. That would be nice. Just, I'm not opposed to this proposal, even with what I said. I'm not opposed to this. I want us, because police are so expensive. They're $72,000 a piece to replace, and I want the public to know that. If we have to hire somebody off the street and send them to the academy, it costs us set on average $72,000 for each officer that we lose. So this proposal is money well spent if we don't have to keep replacing people.
This is why we have to keep reminding the public as well that we heard them loud and clear at the town halls. They want tax rates to come down, but they also want infrastructure investments, and we have to retain our employees.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to come up with money for how to pay for all those things.
And after we come up with the money, there has to be balance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I also.
There's no guarantee that.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was going to say that this is not going to be a guarantee. I mean, we might still have a high turnover rate even with the pay increase because we're still not in line with the neighboring jurisdictions.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, there are no guarantees, but we have to do something, and this gives us at least a fighting chance. I think it's important also to recognize that the management of the city is very strong. And I think it's an irresponsible thing to say that this is no way to run a city or no way to manage a city, because I think the city is very well managed. I think under Laszlo's leadership, we have come so far. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Oh, go ahead. Miriam, do you have a question, comment?
No, that was my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sendejas, do you have any more comments or questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Banks?
None.
Okay. Councilmember Mensing, any last parting thoughts?
No questions, but I will echo what you said. I think between our fantastic city manager and mayor, that this has turned the city around between the two of you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoemaker, last comments?
I think I said enough.
Okay. Well, staff recommendation is that the governing body authorize the city manager to freeze 2 police officer positions to facilitate a salary increase across the department to bring departmental salaries closer to the area average. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstain? I'm sorry, was that was that a no or an abstain?
That was a no for me, Councilman Chavez.
Okay, thank you. Okay, motion passes, thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, and good evening.
Okay, City Manager, VRE redesign budget support.
Great. So just as a reminder, a few months ago, we deliberated on a 10% design support for the new VRE garage location. So when relocation possibility was discussed with phase 3, they stopped their design work on the previous location. They were at 60% design in order to get an updated design budget to show to us and the MBTA, and then get an updated construction budget as well for the actual garage construction costs. They had to get to 10% design. So a few months ago, I brought that before you all and got approval for utilizing MBTA 30% funding to get us to that 10% design. After doing that, they came back and they came up with the tighter budget for the design, what they need to get back to the point where they stopped before, and that's an additional $400,000 that they would need to get back to 60%. Once they get to 60%, then they can continue to use the remaining MBTA budget that they have for design to get them to 100% design budget. So before you tonight, you have a recommendation to approve that additional roughly just over $400,000 to get utilizing city MBTA fund balance to get the VRE garage design to 60%. And then they actually want a funding agreement, which their attorney is currently drafting right now for the entire thing, for the 10% and the 50% to get to 60% total. So what was already approved before and what is being proposed for the first motion tonight, to get that all into one agreement with plus a 10% contingency, so they can feel confident in proceeding forward with that. And then my recommendation would be is that we utilize some of the development profits then to reimburse the MBTA 30% fund as soon as those revenues come back, so we can continue to invest in our transportation priorities.
That's good. Just one little comment. It says city CNI, it should be C and I. Just to avoid confusion. Okay, let's start at home. Councilmember Machado, comments or questions? Councilmember Machado? Can you hear me?
No comment.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I can hear you. No comment.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sendejas?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Banks?
You have a question. So are we on schedule, or what is the schedule for the VRE parking garage?
So we want to say we're still on schedule. I think once we get this done and they get to 60%, I think we'll have a better idea, but that's why we need to move quickly on that funding agreement so they feel confident going. They turned around that 10% pretty quickly. They delayed the start because we didn't have the funding agreement for the 10%. They never gave us the actual agreement to go with, and because of COVID-19, they weren't able to hold physical meetings for a while to get their board approval, so that delayed it from when it was approved on our end by a few months. But as soon as they executed on that, they got to 10% pretty quickly. I want to say within a couple of months. So the goal is and that was the most difficult process. So the goal again would be to get design done, hopefully by the end of this calendar year, and then try to get something out to bid in 2021. So they're still rushing to try to get this done on time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Javed?
No, I had the same question what Preston did, so he answered that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mensing?
No questions.
Councilmember Shoemaker?
Yeah, the only question was the 434,974, right? That's what we're being asked for tonight.
Correct. That's in addition to what was approved.
But we've already approved the other part, so it totals 617,059. Okay. So is the 434,974 subtracted from the chart that's on this page?
Oh, yes. Yeah, the whole 600 is going to be subtracted from that chart.
So, no, that wasn't my question. Yeah, I got that.
The chart doesn't include
It does. You have not subtracted 434,974 from any of these totals.
Exactly.
That's my question.
Absolutely.
So, like, for instance, the 1.5 number there, that's like the low point in the next 5 years. So, I mean, as long as it's more than $1, it's enough. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, there are two motions. The first one, staff recommendation is that the governing body authorize the use of additional city NVTA fund balance to reimburse the VRE for their 60% redesign work for the new VRE garage location as part of Phase 3 of the City Center redevelopment at a cost not to exceed $434,974.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. The second motion is that the governing body authorize the city manager to execute a funding agreement with the VRE pending city attorney review, agreeing to reimburse the VRE at a cost not to exceed $617,059 plus a 10% contingency for a total of $678,764.90 for the VRE garage design work.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, and next, manager's report.
Okay. I have one update on Phase 3.
Okay.
There we go. Can you all see that at home?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, so this is just a reminder from the comprehensive agreement that was approved on June 16th. One of the exhibits gave a drawing essentially of the intent of the 2/2s, right? So what the vision was for the 2/2s as part of the Phase 3 development. Once the contract with Norton Scott was approved, they were then able to go ahead and try to finalize their agreement once they knew that they had the land, finalize the agreement with the residential builder, initially Toll Brothers, They tried to get Toll Brothers to speed up kind of the timeline for development. They had an aggressive, actually, counteroffer from Stanley Martin, who was informed about this agreement, and they jumped in with a pretty aggressive timeline for construction. And they came back, Stanley Martin, with this rendering to try to make it a substantial conformance with what's in the actual comprehensive agreement. My analysis, when they notified me of this, I went to go visit some of their products, and the one that's going to be applicable to us is up in Leesburg. It's called the Stanley Martin Homes at Tuscarora Village. So I urge you to go check that one out as well to see what those look like. But these are the renderings for the specific 2/2s that would be planned in our city. And when I evaluated it, it looked to be in substantial conformance with, it actually looked a little bit better than what was proposed in the comprehensive agreement. Some of the pros and cons of potential switch to Stanley Martin, because they're going to be building out quicker, so they'll get, by the time we are scheduled to start making payments for the infrastructure and the city hall, they'll have completed 140 units compared to the cycle that Toll promised of 84 units. So what that means is we can no longer have to pursue the TIF, which would be a savings of $13 million. That's what we forecasted in the agreement for the TIF to cost over the 30 years. So we could forego that $13 million with this aggressive building of residential units. They have a stronger marketing presence here in Prince William County. And then again, just the faster build out will hopefully create additional stimulus for investment from the Cinema Cafe or others who are interested in coming to the downtown. If they see the developments, occurring a lot quicker, that might push them to invest sooner rather than later. And then again, even though the values, as you'll see in the next one, are going to be less, the Toll product is going to sell at a higher value than the Stanley Martin product. Because of the quicker build out, you're going to get some of the other revenues a lot quicker as well. So the personal property tax, sales tax from those residents shopping in our city as well to help cover that gap. The cons is going to be, again, the value, the average value when you take that assessed value over 30 years. It's going to be $7 million less to the city from the Stanley Martin product versus the Toll product. However, by foregoing the TIF option, you're saving $13 million roughly. So in net, you have the potential of saving $6 million with the Stanley Martin. And then another con as well is just, again, the reputation of the Toll product and the fact that it would sell at a higher value, right? That would be a different statement for our downtown as well. So I just wanted to kind of lay out those pros and cons. But again, the renderings that we got were in substantial conformance with what was shown in the comprehensive agreement. And just for some additional information as well, as we start planning the actual residential look and feel and kind of percentages of brick, stone, masonry that you'll see when the zoning applications come in as well. We really want to push them to make sure that all units that are kind of visible from Manassas Drive or from the city center itself, plus along the railroad tracks, have more brick, stone, and masonry as well. So that's something we need to make sure we're pushing for them. And this is kind of just updating that we're having those discussions right now as well. So that's kind of the update that I wanted to provide you with and see if there's any feedback from you on this post change.
So it's pretty much a break-even kind of situation?
Yeah, so we'll actually save more money by avoiding the TIF and a lot of headache is pursuing the TIF income. And that $13 million, to be honest, that was a low estimate for how much the TIF was going to cost. So the concern again with Toll was just the timeline for delivering the products. So Stanley Martin is delivering products much quicker right now in the market. So the key thing is just going to be to hold them to the design and making it substantially close to what's being done, what's being promised to us right now. So that's going to be happening at the design phase.
Okay. Well, let's go to our folks at home first. Councilmember Machado, questions, comments?
There is a very nice design that Stanley Martin oversees. That's my comment.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councilmember Javed, comments or questions?
Yeah, I just wanted, I guess, to comment, one question too, but, so Toll Brothers, you're saying backed out? Is that correct?
Well, it's Norton Scott's negotiating with who to go with for the residential developer. So they have these two different proposals that before them, and one of them is a much quicker build out than the other.
Right. Now, what if both of them don't pursue it? I mean, what's the possibility of that?
Of what? What was the question? I'm sorry.
I was saying, what if Stanley Martin doesn't pursue it and they back out, Toll Brothers back out, then Norton Scott would have to find another residential developer?
No, they currently have two contracts kind of before them, so they'll pick one and sign with them. So that's kind of what's happening right now.
A follow-up?
Yeah, I mean, Stanley Martin's product is very, I like the Stanley Martin product, and you're right, they're selling their units pretty fast compared to everybody else in the market. So I'm glad that they're an option.
Okay.
I just want to point one thing out. The reason you're being asked about this is because we don't, if you remember when we did the rezoning, we didn't have a proper elevation. Okay, it's all through the contract. What's going to happen here with the rezoning for the whole thing that's coming in is they'll go ahead and proffer the elevations. It'll probably be one of these two that you've seen. And then Mickey will make a determination whether or not that's consistent with the proffers at that point. You're being asked to do this right now just because it's contractual and not zoning related.
Okay.
Just want to point that out to you.
So this is a possibility. It's not an actuality yet?
There's a likelihood.
It's a likelihood. Okay. Okay, thank you. Do you have a follow-up question, Councilmember Javed?
Well, I was going to just mention that if we go, if Stanley Martin accepts the contract, then would they be coming to the city with new waivers and this and that, or any adjustments to the comprehensive agreement?
No, so what's going to happen is the zoning, the entire project's going to get rezoned as part of this phase 1B and 2 rezoning. It's going to actually incorporate phase 1A also, because the first time we did this, it was the city's initiated rezoning. We can't proffer the city initiated rezonings. The reason we did that was just as kind of a insurance policy, because there's a lot of moving parts to that comprehensive agreement. If any one of them fell apart, both we and Norton Scott need to have some security. So that's the only reason we did that. So now we're kind of where we ordinarily would have been had we not had to convey lot 4-2 so we could get the VRE lot. So now we're at a point where they're going to come forward, they're going to proffer elevations, probably going to be this elevation here. The waivers that you saw before, they're still going to come forward with all those same waivers because they still need to do the same stuff. So you're going to see a lot of what you saw before in this new rezoning package. So yes, there are going to be waivers. It's not going to be Stanley Martin dependent. It's going to be overall development dependent, if that makes sense.
Okay, got it. Yeah, that was a good explanation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Okay, Vice Mayor Banks?
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sendejas?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mensing?
No questions.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Shoemaker?
I was just going to mention that Stanley Martin did the large development. I think it's called Bradley Square, across from the old fairgrounds. And so I went into a few of those. I went into at least 2 of their models, and they were really nice. They weren't 2-over-2s, but they were the 3-level townhouses, I think, and they were really nice. So if it's something equivalent to that, then they should be really nice. And I mean, they put a lot of units. That development has a lot of units, and I think they're still building a little bit on the backside, but the townhouses I think are all done. So let's hope that they can be that nice for the ones that we get.
Okay. I don't have any questions, so I think that's it. Do we have a closed meeting?
No.
We do not. Okay, super. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
Okay. All,
Madam Mayor, I got, do you guys want to highlight the town hall, or was that going to be the next meeting?
yes. Oh, yes. Thank you for the reminder, Councilmember Javed. Much appreciated.
So I guess I just wanted to hear from you all. Do we want to make this a two-parter? Do we want to, I don't want residents to feel like city staff is kind of taking over. Do we want to have a session where we're just fielding questions from them, or do we want to have a presentation? Because if we get flooded with questions, then we are going to be kind of dominating the time just to kind of prep and go over all those things. So I want to make sure I'm meeting your all's intent.
What is the time frame? I mean, what's the time window that we're thinking about for the entire town hall? If it's a 4-hour town hall, there would be sufficient time for a 45-minute, half an hour to 45-minute presentation so that the questions could be more based upon facts and knowledge. I mean, residents may not be aware of the limitations that we have.
Yeah, I can't predict how many questions we're going to get, and therefore how long our presentation would be. What we could try to do is a simple presentation of what we do, and then we can prepare a Q&A sheet that we can go back to. If someone asks a question that's on the Q&A sheet, we can go to that. I don't want to make it seem like we're the ones dominating.
That's a good compromise solution. We just want to make sure that we give some basic information. Yeah, okay. So let's go to the folks at home for comments. Councilmember Machado.
I think that we should provide the information as the city manager mentioned, and then gather all the questions from the Manassas residents.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sendejas?
Maybe we could prepare a list of frequently asked questions so that it doesn't become redundant.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, Hector, you mean a pre-printed list of questions with the answers provided?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I might have concerns that people are going to ask the same questions over and over again.
Yeah, that's a very good idea to have it just ready to go. Yeah, okay.
Maybe
How do we handle that though? Because I think it's going to happen where we're going to get similar questions over and over again.
Yeah.
What's the best way to handle it?
Could that be something that could be printed when we advertise the town hall? Could it be?
Yeah, but my point is when we're there.
Like an agenda?
Yeah, we can do that, but it doesn't guarantee that people actually will read it.
They won't.
And then we can get, 5 minutes into it, we get one question, and then 30 minutes later, we get the same question. How do we want to deal with that? Like, do we just keep answering the same thing?
Yeah.
Can we get a running list of like the questions like during the session that have been answered or asked?
Yeah, who's going to?
Like maybe in the chat feature. Like if you do Zoom, I don't know if the other ones do, but Zoom has like the chat feature, and then you could say, okay, what is the distance that you can park near a corner? And you write that question in, and so that's been asked already. So if anybody that comes on, that's been asked, and so I need to ask a different question. Like
it just depends how rapidly it's coming, because it just ends up scrolling down, and most people aren't going to scroll up to see if the question was already asked before.
I guess we just have to answer it again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, figure out the elevator speech for each answer or whatever, Councilmember Sendejas, do you have a follow-up?
I did not. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Banks?
Just a suggestion that, afterwards to make it available on the website for those who may need to refer back later on or who might have missed the town hall.
Yeah. Well, it'll be taped, right? It'll be on video?
Yeah, that'd be the goal. So
Okay.
we go.
We can always encourage people to watch it, put it up on Facebook.
Facebook Live, we recorded that so people could watch the town hall edit afterwards. Yeah, it was recorded.
I mean, most people don't have as much time. Like, they're not going to watch 20 minutes. I mean, people want to just get their information quickly or what they're looking for. That's why I think it's like Hector's suggestion of FAQs or if anything's like presented, just to make it available on the website. So people can just look and find their answer right there.
Yeah, we did that the last town hall too, where there were questions that we didn't answer that night, and I ended up doing a posting on the website and Facebook the following day for.
Is it also possible to put it on a videotape and then post it to YouTube so that it could be like 5 or 10 minutes of questions and answers, just like one page, and you focus on that page for like 20 seconds, go to the next page, so that people have a chance to read it before moving on to the next page.
You mean like written responses to questions?
Well, yeah, like Hector suggested, the question with the answer, yeah. And then refer them to that, as well as the Facebook page and the website.
A recording of us answering questions afterwards?
No, just written.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to do a written document to provide.
I meant a video of a written document so that it could be placed on YouTube.
Because you could hit pause and then read it.
Yes,
It won't
yes,
keep going.
exactly,
Yeah, I know what you're saying,
Yeah.
Like the 12 most asked questions or something, or, the most asked questions in each.
Voice or just like literally?
Lazo, you could do like how we recorded the presentation.
Yeah, no, but I'm just trying to understand. You just want text or you actually want voice?
Well, whatever. I mean, we don't have to work out those details tonight. It's just a suggestion to think about, Okay. Vice Mayor Banks, did you have a follow-up?
That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Javed?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, a town hall should be designed to where the public is speaking more, right? So, I would just have like a Q&A. My suggestion would be not even do a presentation, open it to the public, and then answer any questions as they come up. No one's going to sit through a presentation and then wait for the question and then wait for that to be answered and then go down the line from there, right? So I think we just open it up to the public as a open community type forum or public, and then answer the questions one by one as they come.
We could. I just know when I did the Facebook Live town hall, there was some residents. Isn't there going to be a presentation or something?
Yeah, I remember that
question. So I think it's just everyone is different. So some people may expect some kind of information to be presented that evening and then be able to engage based off of that. But I understand your point. It's supposed to be more for residents to engage with us. So that should be the purpose of it. And I think we were successful that night. I don't know what your all's thoughts were. I thought I answered most of the questions.
That was extremely successful, yeah. Which is why we want the question and answer period to be longer than the presentation for the town hall, yeah.
Do we want to, I'm just thinking outside the box, but maybe like have subtopics like within parking to kind of channel the questions like on like a similar topic, like let's say, I don't know, decals and personal property, because that's going to come up, and people with plates that aren't in Virginia, like maybe that's like a topic, and then parking districts is like a topic, and, I don't know, parking on city streets, and then maybe there's police enforcement, and then, I don't know, but like maybe group. And so, hey, if you've got questions on this topic, this is the time to ask, and then we're going to go on to another topic, and everybody asks all the questions on that topic, and then once we kind of exhaust that, then you go to the next subtopic.
I don't think it's possible to get that orderly. I really don't. That's probably too structured.
Well, it doesn't preclude any questions. It just try to we'll answer 10 questions about the fire lane, but answer them all together, and then you move on to another subtopic within parking.
Yeah.
That would also kind of hinder people popping in and out. Someone who was late because they couldn't make it right at 7, and now, they missed their topic.
Well, I thought it would also kind of be more of a organized, because the questions would all be kind of similar, and then,
Well, in a classroom setting, that would make sense, but I don't think that makes sense for a town hall setting.
Yeah.
Because you can structure a classroom setting, but we can't really structure a town hall to that extent,
I would just hate for him to have to answer the same question like 8 times, because
he's going to.
Well, 8 people asked it at different points, and they didn't hear the last time it was asked, and That was my only concern, because
Yeah, no,
it will drag on for a long time.
I totally understand, yeah. Councilmember Mensing, do you have any comments or questions, or?
I'm for a short presentation beforehand.
Okay.
Yeah, and what I liked about the in-person town hall, maybe this is something I can work with Chris and keep on, is the whole survey. The surveys were great.
Yeah.
Because it really then informed us of what it is that our public wants. So a survey of kind of solutions that are proposed would be very helpful to this issue.
Yes.
So maybe just figure out a way to do it online.
Maybe like a ranking too, like these are 8 proposals, rank them from the one you want the most to the one the least, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I would like to know how many of our residents are for the residential restrictions and how many are like, heck no, just to see what they want of it.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Because
Yeah.
we're throwing out decal-only parking options. I'd be interested to see what's the priority for people. Is that freedom? Do they rather just have to fight to find parking, but still prefer to have that freedom and not have it be regulated to that extent? Or do they want to get all non-Manassas Park vehicles out of our city at night?
Yeah.
Like, what's the biggest priority?
Yeah.
Well, that's also too, I know we're not supposed to ask the people that come up for, citizens time, but I was trying to ask them a few questions to kind of understand what they wanted, because I wasn't 100% clear, like, is it just like the people that live right on their street would get the permit to park on that street? Or does that mean like Alana and I can't go down on Colburn and park there, even though we're Manassas Park residents? I mean, like, there's nuances to that too, is, if you have a Manassas Park decal, it's okay to park there, or you have to have the secondary parking permit, as what they were saying. Like, but that's a huge difference between I want to go to Alana's house and at 8:30 and bring her something versus I can't because I don't have a parking permit for that district. Like, that's a huge difference.
Yeah, and there's counter arguments to both, right? Because you're a taxpayer, you should have the right to park in right of way that you're paying for if you have the decal. But for their interests, it's they want just people in that neighborhood parking there. And then administratively, it's easier for us to just do the decal. If you don't have a decal, there's have an actually issue resident.
You mean you're talking about it's easier to do the orange person?
Yeah, just whatever the treasurer issues out for police. Hey, on this street, it's required, from certain hours you have to have a decal or you can't park there. It's much easier for us to manage that program because it doesn't involve police now having to set up a resident parking permit by zone like happens in other jurisdictions.
And I don't think that the folks on Colburn would mind if people were parked there and had a sticker, because then that would indicate they're Manassas Park residents.
Yeah.
But it may be that you may have some communities where they just want people in that street to park because they want to.
That's what
I've heard a lot of concerns about.
That's what they want.
That's what they're pushing for. People want to be able to park as close to their houses as possible. So it gets frustrating when those spaces are taken by the people.
It says on here, violators will be ticketed and towed, no warnings. That's one of the things on their sheet here.
Yeah, but
that's what they want. And it says that they don't want to, that I would have to call the police department in order to get, at least the one I saw online, maybe I saw it online, I would have to get permission from the police department to park there. If I was a guest, I would have to call them. I had to call the non-emergency number, I think, and actually.
That becomes an administrative headache.
Yeah, I can't imagine they want to play Mother May I with parking.
Yeah.
That's up to staff to work those details out.
Well, no, I'm saying is, I think that's what they want.
Well, I know, but I'm saying that's may not be what eventually happens.
Well, right.
Yeah.
I know, but then there may be people in other neighborhoods that may not care. They may say, oh, well, the decal's fine, just Manassas Park people. So we can't have a hodgepodge patchwork of different things either. That's not appropriate.
Laszlo, do you feel you have enough guidance to start planning the town hall?
Yeah, there's no perfect solution, but we'll try to do our best.
And you can send an email if there's any doubts.
From my understanding, try to keep a very short presentation and just have a Q&A sheet ready to reference.
Okay.
But I have one other comment on parking that is not specific to the number of vehicles, is that I don't know if everybody realizes that the General Assembly passed a new law this year. And so people who are not documented can register a car in Virginia, and actually, I would assume are now supposed to. And that means they need to register with the city and pay personal property. And I think that that would clear up a lot of the issues with people saying, well, that car is registered in Maryland, because that's what undocumented people have to do right now is they go to Maryland and register their cars because they haven't been able to register in Virginia. And that's, I believe we're now, July 1st, that they are now allowed to get a driver's license and register their car in Virginia. Maybe we need to do some kind of outreach, because that's a huge pot of personal property tax that we could have. If they get their stuff moved over here, we could be the beneficiaries of it. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but there's a pot of money there from people that are.
I thought residents could register their vehicle with the city, so
I don't know.
I thought that was.
I wouldn't know there would be any.
Pay the personal property tax on their vehicle with the Maryland. Yeah. So it's not a.
Yeah, well, there's separate laws involved.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if they live here, they have to get.
Dean, do you want to come to the microphone?
I'm just thinking, though, they wouldn't be on the DMV download because they're not registered in Virginia, so they don't get captured that way.
Can you take your,
So Kevin was going to give me some information as far as how many vehicles in the city that have out-of-state tags are actually registered with the city. I mean, there are some. So if you happen to see, especially commercial vehicles that have an out-of-state tag, they actually pay property tax and have decals. Some of them do. So she was going to try to provide a breakdown, but obviously we didn't get that in time. Now, if they're out of state living here, by law, they're supposed to be registered with the state of Virginia. So I'm not sure how that works. They may very well just be kind of staying under the radar, so they don't have to register in Virginia under the old rules.
Right.
I don't think a residential vehicle can be in Manassas Park if you live here and have out-of-state tags.
Well,
unless you're military or something.
What I mean is that on what people that are undocumented, that they couldn't register a car even though they did live here, and so they now have. I think that they now have that capability. That's a group of people that may not be aware that the law has changed, and that would help. I think that would help too with some community relations, because I think some people will see a vehicle with Maryland plates and be like, they don't live here or they're not paying tax here, and it creates maybe some animosity when the reality is they haven't had that ability up to this point, and now they do. I think it might improve the perception, particularly on the west side, but not exclusively, but it would help with perception. So.
Okay, well, to bring this to closure, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?